All right. Good evening, everybody. I think I started last week talking about how it was going to be a new day, and everything would be starting on time. Today, I ordered some books. Well, I didn't order the books today. I had previously ordered some books, and they were almost a week late in coming in. So today was the day that they arrived, and I wanted to get them in time. Because of the various lockdowns and such, the like the hours for all the businesses haven't updated, and so as a result, I tend to find, in this case, the things are things are closing earlier than I want. I tend to work start late and end late at work. And so in this case here, I sort of needed to rush to the next. I had to rush to the store to pick them up. Anyways, that's a ridiculously long introduction for what should have been a simple thing. I was late because I was picking up some books, and I'm very happy that I have those books. But it did mean that I needed to get back, and I certainly did not do so on time. But we'll fix that by playing the heck out of some Industries of Titan. And it was Titan Tuesday yesterday, which means that there is not just a nice set of patch notes, but in fact some updates to the game. And on top of that, there have been the sort of trailer videos, which for some reason I still keep getting surprised at in terms of them being sort of tutorial-ish. I'm still sort of used to the very kind of loud and exciting sort of highlights of features, but it looks like the explainers have been quite successful in terms of connecting with the audience. I mean, I'm inferring this from the fact that they're continuing this format. Hey, Elminster, how you doing? So what we're going to do, we'll watch the update. This is number 21, Character Lore. I prefer my title, of course. But in this case, we will watch the video, we will go over the patch notes, and then I'll talk a little bit about my plans for the saves, because things didn't quite turn out as planned due to the internet problems. That didn't prevent me from recording, but it sure did take a whole lot of time that I would have otherwise used for recording Titan stuff. But let's not beat around the bush. Let's watch some videos, or maybe one specific video.
Hi founders, this is Lulu Cardim, lead writer on Industries of Titan.
Hi Lulu.
This update is bringing you character banters and more fire mechanics. Let's take a look. As you build your city corporation, you'll sometimes receive calls from advisors who want to chat with you. Not everyone has time to chat yet, but I'm sure you'll hear from them in the future. If you're too busy to accept immediately, you can even listen to their messages from the codex later.
Nice.
We're also here to warn you about incoming heat waves. During a heat wave, the fire threshold is increased, so buildings can catch on fire more easily. Don't worry though, Braxton has already been busy researching new tech to make your buildings more fire resistant and to minimize smoke pollution. He's even equipped your employees with foam extinguishers to more effectively douse those flames. These exciting new updates, as well as the usual bug fixes and optimizations, will arrive for all players on Titan Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. You can always find updates from us on the first Tuesday of each month. Expect more to come in our May update, when we'll be adding rival AI corporations for you to compete against. Thanks for watching, Founder!
That is really exciting. Not to give short shrift to this update, but I did not realize that we were this close to having the AI corporations. Elminster, I am Canadian, and I appreciate you saying I deserve more recognition. I will actually say that for a few things, I have definitely been given some recognition that's made me feel very happy. So it's easy. I think looking at Twitch, it's very easy to focus a lot on the really big numbers that certain people have. And the thing is that they have a very particular type of stream that they're doing, and I guess for lack of a better term, a particular kind of product. And I somewhat recognize that there is a style to what I do, and there's also sort of a lack of focus in terms of what I do that sometimes translates to my size. Now, with that in mind, it is smaller than it used to be because of some changes in the algorithm. And I also think things tend to be very community-based. So I've been somewhat uprooted from a social network that I used to be a little bit more involved with. And that's partly because some people have moved on to other things, and then various other, other factors that go through. So, but with that in mind, it's hard. One of the reasons why I always find it hard to accept a deserves more recognition comment is the mere fact that I completely know that any given day, it's possible for that number of viewers to go to zero. And I can't really take anyone for granted. So as long as there is still someone in the chat saying, I deserve more recognition, I always appreciate that sentiment, but I always know that I can't always fully endorse it for the simple reason that the mere fact that somebody's there to say that already means that I'm getting I'm getting attention, which by no means is assured. So this is Titan, the moon of Saturn, and obviously the title, I think, time zone of Europe. Oh man, I don't take attendance. And yeah, I mean, live broadcasts do run that risk. When I was in Vancouver, it was much better for viewership because generally, like the Eastern time zone in North America is a very crowded time slot. There's a lot of very popular people streaming. And when I was in Pacific time, I would tend to be streaming relatively late. I mean, it would be roughly around the same time for me, Pacific time as it is for me Eastern now. But, just because of that 3-hour shift, it's a much more competitive slot, let's say. But yeah, I mean, it's the reason why I do VODs and things like that. And I know VODs aren't necessarily for everyone, but I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you get a chance to enjoy some of this wonderful game. But in answer to your previous question, yes, this is the Moon of Titan. It's a play on Titans of Industry, and frankly, I think this is the best name for a video game ever. And I'm not just saying this because I really like Industries of Titan. Maybe now is not the bad time to mention that Brace Yourself Games did give me a copy of this game for promotional purposes. So that was over a year ago, and I think I've done my part to sort of pay back that vote of faith that they gave. But it is good to disclose this sort of stuff anyway. But if you've not seen it before, Elmister, I will say you are in for a treat. This is a sort of strategy city builder. So you can sort of think of Sims along the lines of, SimCity, City Skylines, Dwarf Fortress, those sorts of things. It's definitely its own game, but I tend to think if you like building things and you like sort of having these big populations sort of running off and doing things in response to the systems that you've set up for them, this is a really good example of that. Like I did about, do you mean the Steam streams, or are you talking? So Cultist Simulator is still going, but it's on my my YouTube channel. I don't do that live as much, just because there's only so much time, and I've done like a whole lot of it. But there's a regular, almost daily video that gets. Oh yeah, well, the Steam streams are always determined by the developers. So if a developer asks me to appear on their Steam channel, I mean, I can't be that choosy. It's not like I get a lot of those kinds of requests, but essentially what needs to happen, I can set up on Steam whenever I want, but that will be exclusive to my sort of channel. Whereas if a developer would like me to be on their page, in that case, they need to sort of, I think they wind up giving me like a key, or they wind up like listing me as one of the, the authorized broadcasters. So, it's kind of up to the developers in those cases. I should actually mention that Brace Yourself actually has a very good social media team. So they not only have their own Twitch channel, Brace Yourself Games. Actually, I can put that in chat right now. Sorry, we will get to the patch notes, but so that's a chance for you to see, why isn't my bot working? There we go. Not only do you get a chance to see their lovely social media team, well, not just social media team, but they had a great series of streams for when this game entered early access on Steam. And it was a lot of fun because they had representatives from all of the different departments. So that was everyone from sort of QA to writing to the lead designer, Andy Wynn. There's just tons of. Sorry, I named the lead designer as a name and not the other. So I believe both Alexa and Bahar were representatives from QA. You heard Lulu and the video there. But yeah, like lots of really cool people on those videos, all giving sort of their perspective on the game. And of course, the game is continuing to be developed over that time. So yeah, if you do like those Steam stream sort of things, Brace Yourself does actually do that quite a bit better than I think most developers. I do think that since I did that Cultist Simulator one, things have changed a bit. It's definitely a lot more competitive to get in those top 6 slots. Generally, we've been able to do it for CS, but maybe not as consistently, and not to number 1 for a while now. Usually we're in the we're within the top 6, but it's never a guarantee anymore. And I think more developers have sort of learned how useful it is to be able to show people the game. And so as a result, it's good because it ultimately means more people are connecting with the games that they're interested in. But I think in this case here, where it used to be this nice little edge that I had, or this neat little thing that every once in a while someone would ask me to do, I think most people kind of have their existing plans in place. But you never know. Like, I think the usual thing is I will, usually if I'm being asked, there's probably already some sort of a rapport or some sort of a connection there. And so, my usual answer will be yes. I have gotten money for doing it now. So that does sometimes create a small complexity because my view is that, I generally like to support things I like very much. And so I don't want money to be in the way of that. But on the other hand, there is sort of a value that's been attached to that service. And I usually take time off work to do something like that. That's really the only roadblock. And I mean, again, it depends on the context, right? So like if it's like a publisher, like if it was Paradox or something like that, it's kind of hard for them to sort of cry poverty on that. But it also depends on the particular project. It's even data stuff too, right? Like I do a lot of voluntary data stuff, and I that one I actually have a much clearer idea of my value. But there is something to be said for access to the data. And so in that case, I'm also happy to work for free. And that also gives a little bit of flexibility in terms of being able to do certain things on timelines, although I wish I could get a little bit faster at turning around some of this stuff. Anyways, on to Update 21 character lore. This is patch 24. Audio drops, learn more character and Titan lore. Getting hot in here, new heat wave weather, fighting fire, new technologies to deal with fire, and new rebel ship layouts. Wow, they've really been adding a lot of these. Industries of Titan is in early access, which means that we are actively updating and adding new content based on our roadmap and your wonderful feedback. You can expect the next Titan Tuesday on May the 3rd. You find more problems with early access as a viewer or customer, so to speak, than anything else? What do you mean by that, Elminster, if you don't mind me asking? I don't think I quite parsed that correctly. Excuse me. I'm really thirsty. I've been walking all afternoon. I see. Gotcha. New audio drop system for character lore. While playing Titan, audio logs will randomly drop. Logs are stored in the codex under the characters section. Provides more insight into the game's characters and their backgrounds. Logs won't drop if the player is idle. Logs will begin dropping after completing the tutorial or immediately if the tutorial is disabled. All audio can be accessed in the codex after being unlocked. New weather event, Heat Wave. Heat waves will make it much easier for buildings to catch fire when they are damaged. Be extra cautious of rebel attacks during heat waves. New technology options added to the tech web. Reduce fire pollution, reduces pollution from fires. Reduced fire growth rate, reduces the speed at which the fire grows. Improved fire extinguishing. Employees will extinguish fires later. Reduced fire damage over time, reduces the damage fire does over time. Reduced building repair and extinguishing costs, raises the employee's wages. Reduces the cost of repairing and extinguishing fires. Balance changes, increased the time it takes for fire to spread to other buildings, and added a cooldown to recently extinguished buildings for fire spreading. This will stop fire immediately spreading to a building that has just been put out. Improved VFX. Burning buildings have an interior view, will now also show fire when inside. Buildings that are on fire will display a red glow at their base. This should make it easier to notice when a new building has caught fire. Added lighting underneath ships, which makes them easier to spot in crowded cities. Improved VFX on fuel devices and buildings, making it easier to tell at a glance if fuel pumps have low xethane in their area. Migrant ships, added variants to migrant ships that arrive to deliver citizens and resources. Smaller loads will have smaller ships, while larger loads will have bigger ships. Oh, that's a neat one. Rebel ship layouts, added even more rebel ship layouts. Tutorial changes, added a prompt for first-time players to make sure that the tutorial is enabled. Please note, if you are continuing from a previous build, this prompt will appear once. And tutorial will only be automatically enabled for new players or players who have not completed or disabled the tutorial in the past. UI and tooltips. Long custom names on buildings will now clip instead of scaling while in the interior view. Updated repair tooltip with a better layout. Improved repair tooltip when the player has 0 credits. Changed warning text from red to yellow. Added in-game tooltips for each victory card. Changed ready text in the science lab to a check mark, and added a duration bar to the communications window that will display how long the VO portion you are hearing is. Finally, fixes as of 0.24.0. Resource patches with mines attached will now display the mining rate. Fixed an issue where you could be kicked out of a shipyard view if a different shipyard was destroyed. Fix the ability to salvage inert ruins that were on fire or being repaired. Fix a crash that would occur if the cancel hotkey was used in the tech web while there was no tech being researched or scrapped. Fix an issue with ship names getting cut off in some localizations. Fixed an issue with ships getting stuck in dismantle if the employee that was assigned to the job dies on the way. Fix snowstorms not helping extinguish fires. Fixed an issue that would cause a black non-interactive screen when entering the tech lab in certain circumstances. Fixed an issue with ships getting stuck in a dismantle state if they were set to be dismantled immediately after the last device on board was dismantled, and fixed an issue with native resolution not always being correctly recognized the first time launching the game. Fixed the ability to enter destroyed factory in certain circumstances, and fixed an issue where fuel turbines didn't have an employee working inside would appear operational when loading into a save. Quite a bit there, Elminster. I mean, also I read every last item inside of it, but QA works hard, so I am determined to give them credit for their hard work. And of course, everybody else is working hard, as is evidenced by a bunch of details. So to your point earlier about getting hyped for something in early access and then potentially burning out on it, I can definitely see where you're going. I mean, the thing to remember about early access is that I don't think it's ever been set up as something that everyone should participate in. I'm actually going to shut up so we can all enjoy a cool video.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. the bold, the strong. Those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
Beepo the Bear, thank you very much and welcome. But yeah, so have either of you ever seen Industries of Titan before? Because if not, you're in for a real treat. So let's just talk. We obviously went over all the patch notes of that, but character banter, additional fire interactions, related fire tech nodes, more rebel ship layouts, things that have previously been implemented. Just watch some streamers brave the early access phase until released, having a blast already. Yep, I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing right now, having a blast in the early access phase. But what I was going to say originally for Elminster was that I think the thing to remember, even if you look at Steam's original statement on early access, I think they were the first storefront to introduce it. It was definitely the idea that it is for a particular type of gamer that likes to have, the early version and sort of help support that development, not just through the financial component, but also through interacting with the developers. And I will actually strongly recommend for those of you who do have Industries of Titan, whether you're lurking or watching this as a VOD, and if you're not already on the Brace Yourself Discord, I highly recommend it. Because the developers of this game are they definitely are very active. You will see a lot of Brace Yourself people running around, and you can see in those patch notes, all those little Saturns beside the bullet points. Those are things that have directly been added as a result of the early access periods. I will admit, I actually was a little disappointed when this first came to Steam because the reaction seemed to be unfairly negative. Like, it was kind of talking about how the game was very bare bones. And personally, I didn't really feel that it was bare bones, but particularly now, since it's been added to Steam, there's been so much more added to the game. And of course, the drawback is that, Steam reviews don't always get updated, right? Like, people will say, the current state, I can't recommend it right now. But that review will be months old. They've never gone back to the game. And it's just kind of sitting there reviewed in that state, even though it doesn't really reflect the reality of the game anymore. Now, again, right, I'm definitely really sold on this game already. So every new update is just a big, a big appeal for me. But the thing is that some people, quite rightly, when they buy a product, they expect sort of the finished version, that they don't want to be testing it, that they aren't really willing to sort of deal with something to be coming in later, or they any number of different reasons. And with that in mind, I don't actually think there's anything necessarily wrong with saying, I'm going to put this on my wish list and I'm going to wait for it to come out, or maybe I'm going to wait until that thing that I think is most interesting to come in. Because, in the end, right, it's early access is very clearly a very different type of experience and a very different way of interacting with a game. And I personally like that option is there, but I definitely don't play every game in early access. I've had games that I've been a Kickstarter backer on, which I haven't actually played until they get a 1.0 release. So, I played Darkest Dungeon in its early access phase, but I only ever beat it just a couple weeks ago, or just last week. So, yeah, I really I don't think people should feel too worried about whether or not they're going to be buying it in the early access phase or not. I'd obviously love to see this game get as much support as it can, but I would much rather people play the game and rave about it and have a great time with it. Because then that's going to mean there's so many more people who come into the game and enjoy it. But if somebody's going to play it in early access and say, oh, this thing sucks, and never come back to it, well, the player is upset. And then obviously all the people who would have found out about it because of, a really enthusiastic word of mouth aren't necessarily going to be able to experience it. So, it's kind of, everyone kind of has it on their own, kind of gets it on their own terms. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends. Like, I played a game called Hellion, which is never going to get, is never going to get a 1.0 release. The game failed to find its audience, and it was just no longer financially viable to continue working on it. And the early access program is specifically set up with a warning. It says, you should consider the thing you are buying. The product you are buying is as is. There is no obligation for the developer to go through to the end. So sometimes it's also just a question in terms of how do you feel about the developer behind it. I mean, in the case of Brace Yourself Games, they're fellow Canadians. They're based in Vancouver. They, they delivered on Crypt of the Necrodancer, which is a wonderful game, also through early access. They're doing Phantom Brigade. They're doing Industries of Titan. They've delivered on Cadence of Hyrule. I think in this particular case, it's a company that has earned a fairly high degree of goodwill, and you get to see sort of what their thoughts are on the game and what their overall intentions are. So in this case, it's a no-brainer for me on this early access period. But, for someone who's like, well, I like Sims, but I kind of want to actually have the whole simulation in place. Well, you don't really need me to tell you that you need to wait for it in that case. I think you've probably made your own decision. So let's jump in. So I was, my original plan, because we knew Titan Tuesday was coming up, was to try and finish off Nana Technologies on my own time as VODs. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to record those VODs. So the thing here is that I am going to be playing sort of a decrepit and heretical save file under the previous version. I don't normally like doing this, but we're going to roll the dice, because I don't think there's too much. I think the techs might mess around with the tech web, but in this case, let's try and get through to the end of this one. Now, this does mean for some of you who are playing or who are seeing this game for the first time, obviously this is going to be a fairly developed city corporation. But if it breaks or, for whatever reason, if we feel we need to go and do a new save, that's fine. But in this case, I do want to try and wrap up Nana Technologies. If we can't finish it tonight, I'll try and do some more work on my own time. Or maybe we'll just do some more Titan on Friday. Who knows? But in this case, we'll, we're going to push ahead with the City Corp that we were running in the previous round. So it appears the save is from an earlier version of early access. Loading it may cause unexpected bugs. Would you like to proceed anyway? Yes. And again, I feel a little bad about that because I know in this case it's not really helping out in terms of testing. But in the name of finally delivering on some endgame material, I want to see how far I can get on this. Those wanting to start their own venture must either work their way to the top or come to Titan already moneyed. There is a separate port for the latter that most never get to see. All right, behold our City Corp. Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't 100% remember what I was up to. So we've got a little while before the rebels are coming after us. We are currently already... Yeah, we're currently already researching something. If memory serves, we had a bunch of citizens dying because of pollution. Hey, no problem, Elminster. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to show you some more gameplay, but I hope you have a good one. And if you have any questions about Titan that you can't can't come up during live, don't feel bad about reaching out and asking any questions. I'm happy to answer anything I can about this game and specifically my approach to the playthrough. Now, we got our Monument Center up. This is a big hit on our energy resources, but this is allowing us to get a lot of influence, which is helping us build up our sort of all of our infrastructure here. So basically, what I'm hoping to do is level up all of my residential and office buildings. That's going to give us a nice big floor of sort of a workforce cash. Basically, that's going to generate a bunch of cash for us. We're going to use that to generate a bunch more workers. And so, for the different mineral buildings and isotopes and whatnot, we'll get those to level 3. We'll essentially be producing as much as we possibly can. And then we can consider some extra shipyards and basically just being a little bit more aggressive in pursuing the rebels. But right now, what I'd like to do is try and get that sort of citizen and cash flow a little bit better sorted out. So we'll unpause, and I'm going to take a minute to get reacquainted with my playthrough. So we've got a couple of idle workers right now. Yeah, nobody's in the defensive turrets, but that's because those are off. That's working as intended. I think I'm just gonna let this sort itself out. I don't see a lot of value in messing around with it manually. I also want to just double check that we've got all of the crew in our... Yes, okay. So our 2 combat ships are full up in terms of their workers as well. Yes, I overuse this a little bit. So for some people, it might be more advantageous to... so I'll take one of my factories as an example. So this is my big mineral. So this, Brace Yourself actually very kindly posted this up on their Twitter account. I do find it kind of funny because some people really take issue with these waste modules in the middle. Let me just say, if you don't want to have the waste modules in the middle, you don't have to put them there. My original version of this actually just kept it empty. But like, I don't personally think it's an exploit because you just pick up the garbage off the ground anyway. But yeah, if you don't like doing the zoom, you can actually use. They added a shortcut between the different levels. But in this case, oh man, this is really cool. So we can take a look at my mineral loadout and my isotope. That's efficiency right there. All right, we need more bodies, so let's just keep bringing all the workers in. If nothing else, we just need to replace all the citizens we're losing. Also, looks like we've got some extra room for employees, so where are my conversion centers? Fresh meat for the grinder, exactly. So we've got room for 244 citizens. That number's only going to get higher. So I am a little curious what the holdup is in terms of getting all this stuff built. But I could also just be getting impatient. I do have a lot of construction that's going on right now. Looks like I shut off the mineral mine. That's because we've got 600 minerals right now, so there's not a lot of... Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's the defense turret. Okay, actually, I'm going to turn off the mineral extractor right now, and you know what? We'll turn off the isotopes as well. So what this does is this frees up a couple of extra workers to just go and do all those construction jobs for me. The reason why I'm doing this right now is we just have so many raw minerals and isotopes right now that like the factories can already upgrade them to their higher level, and in this case I just free up the bodies to do other work. I am mildly tempted to demolish this work from home setup here. I should maybe get a quick read on how many potential jobs I'm killing with it. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. It's 36 on floor 2, which brings me up to 54. Okay. All told, yeah, I think we will... Well, okay, let me think a little bit about this. So, pollution-wise... could be better. I don't know if this is really the reason why people are dying, though. I guess the big question is, what else would I do with this land? Like, I guess I could put a conversion center down here. Let's get these upgrades. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Not with... Let's do that upgrade with level 3s. Upgrade the residents. So these we're going to connect first. And we're currently in leisure time, and then we've got a couple of hours for sleep. So this is the time where I want to be taking everything up to level 3 that isn't already. Conversion Center. So, yes, I should explain what these things are. So the way that actually, you know what? Let's take advantage of... so those of you who got to hear the voice, this is Lulu Kadam, who was the lead writer, was the one reading the... is the lead writer who did the introduction to this particular update. So let's see if they have... There we go. Conversion. A process that turns citizens into efficient and useful employees. There are some side effects and not everyone is on board with conversion, but they usually change their minds after they've been put through it themselves. The Council assures all who question the ethical problems posed by the process are greatly exaggerated. And I believe we can also get the buildings. So we've got a read up for the conversion center. The conversion capsules are handy, but they are limited in how many employees you can convert at any one time. With the conversion center, you can convert much more efficiently. And in fact, under devices, conversion capsule. Converting citizens into low-wage, always obedient employees is an unpleasant business. So thank goodness for the conversion capsules, which do the dirty work for you. And you can even get your new employees to empty the waste produced in the process. So one of the things that we're extracting on Titan are the red artifacts. And so essentially you will spend 1 red artifact to convert a citizen into employees. Essentially the idea here is that if somebody has arrived on Titan and they've sort of gone broke, one of the last options available to you is to undergo conversion. And I think the idea is that you have sort of the payments are given to your family, or maybe you get paid out at the end of the contract or whatever, or both for that matter. But essentially your insides go on the outsides, the red artifacts go on the insides, and you never get tired and you don't have much in the way of emotions. But all of these lovely little people running around here doing all the work are people who I converted, whereas these little people in the colorful outfits are my citizens doing work. The person who's probably the most knowledgeable about the process is this lovely fellow, Lio Visk, head of human assets.
Hey, Founder! Taking care of those citizens? I'll let you know the moment I have anything else for you.
Founder, the air quality isn't getting any better. So try to build your citizens' residential buildings away from the worst of it.
Oh, hey. This is one of the big ones.
Otherwise, they'll die before the pollution has a chance to spread out.
Founder, I was wondering when you'd arrive. We got a lot of work to do. I'm Alexa Carrick, your military advisor. Around here, they call me the Admiral. I manage your ships, armaments, and military personnel. Plain language, that means I make sure that rebels and our competitors don't kill us. I've worked with a lot of startup cities here on Titan, so don't worry. I've seen it all. Landfaller cities come and go like the rain. For now, keep your eyes open and your mind sharp. If we want to survive on this poisonous rock, we'll have to work hard.
All right, so we've got space for 2 more employees, so we'll hit 2 on the conversion center here. I'm currently doing a bunch of upgrades, but you will notice for this office we need 180 construction units. Now again, you get more construction units by refining the isotopes, which we're currently doing in the isotope village, but we still have some ways to go before we're up to 180. So likely what's going to happen here, Office 4 is going to get upgraded after the next workday. Although again, we've got more than enough space for for all of our workers here. So I'm not 100% sure if that'll turn out or not. God, so many people dying. Oh, looks like we do have enough. 4 hours before the workday starts, so that might come back to bite me, I'm not sure. But we'll see how it goes. And I pretty much am just bringing in as many workers as I can at this point. Now, you can see that we're generating quite a bit of influence, which means that I can start claiming these obsidian ruins at a faster rate than I was before. Let me just make sure I don't have any other really big expensive ones. Looks like we're in fairly good shape. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to clear out the ruins first. And then once we have those, I'm going to start claiming some of these patches just so that I can sort of absorb some of my workers that way. And then we're also going to... we'll also just kind of claim whatever other... anything that'll give me artifacts, basically. Okay. Let's hear some more...
Founder, it's time for us to pursue a campaign of rebel extermination. There are several rebel encampments nearby. We can crush them all. Explore the remaining territory in this sector. When we find rebels, send them packing. The Council will be grateful. Nothing makes them happier than a rebel running scared.
18 conversion slots. Brings a tear to your eye. So the other plan that I'll have is once we're in a little bit of a better spot as far as the isotopes are concerned, I'm going to do a final set of upgrades to all my different storage facilities and such. Given the pace at which we're adding new employees, it's maybe worth remembering how many employees it takes to run one of these floors of refining. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 for each line. We've got 2 lines running, so we need 8. And then I guess we'd only be adding 1 more floor to each of them. So we want 16 more employees. And then, of course, people to be able to move things around. So one thing that's not great right now is we have all of these resources that we've built, but they're not being moved around. And in my opinion, that's a pretty big problem. So what I might do is I might sort of dedicate people to sort of emptying... like basically doubling up the number. Actually, I guess we'd maybe do 1 for each floor. But again, let's take care of the conversion and all of that first. I don't want to go too crazy on sort of absorbing a lot of my workforce for something I don't really need to do right away. One thing I can potentially do to try and help out this work from home setup, incidentally, is to try and put a fan in this area, because we're not pulling any zethane out. So in addition to the fact that we've got an activated filter, I can just use a fan to blow away some of the pollution over the... This is almost certainly the source of all of the citizen deaths. If you take a look at the air quality, it's a little sinister in Residential 1, but Residential 1 is also more protected. So I'm going to guess the real culprit is over here. How are we doing for Tier 1? Okay, we probably should turn on the isotope mine again. Okay, let's get some more conversions down. And let's see, can we bring in a couple more migrants? Oh, not enough spaceport storage. Fair enough. Now, I guess the next question is, what do I really need? Probably influence more than anything. So let's donate some Tier 1 minerals. We've got more than enough of those. And first question for me is, do I have any obsidian ruins left? Because the obsidian ruins will get me sort of Tier 2 and Tier 3 level isotopes and minerals, which are worth more construction units. Looks like they're not. So the next question would be, are there any sort of special artifacts that I want to claim, or inert ruins? So sensor range isn't bad, but I'm not going to go bend over backwards for it. I'm a little curious. It really is. This almost feels wrong that it's perfectly balanced out like this. Nope, that is a real number. Huh. Okay. We've got a reserve that we can turn on. I'm not too worried about that. It currently would use 33. We can upgrade that to a Tier 3, which would use 45. Probably the right call, but that is going to take a bite out of my plans to upgrade the the residential and office space. Okay, I think all the expensive stuff's been picked up. So we had a sensor range down here. This will give me... Well, it'll absorb pollution, but that's not really that big of a priority right now. This one stores 4K fuel. That's actually kind of helpful. And in this case, I'm pretty much bringing... As long as the ship's got more citizens, I'm going to bring it in, because clearly at this point I want to... I want to get as many people earning money as we can. Right now, we are earning... we're not earning 12,000. We're earning about 4,000 a day, I think. Actually, it should give us a... 16,530... Okay, so a little shy of 4,000. But still, a respectable return, let's say. What's it going to cost me to upgrade these? 90. Okay, so we definitely have some work ahead of us. I think what I'll probably do here is I'm going to take Isotope Village. I'm going to upgrade that first because we need isotopes first. We don't really need the tier 3 minerals, but I'm going to change my tune on that as soon as I need to start building more ships. So it's better to have a reserve for that when I can. Yeah, the real question is how do I get those tier 3 isotopes as soon as possible? And we have got our research done, so let's access the tech web. I think I'd already cleared out what I wanted to research. Yeah, so I wanted to try the small Gatling gun at some point. We can research higher health regeneration rate. I thought we had something about pollution, though. Better mine ranges, I think I was potentially going to scrap. Okay, let's do biofuel adapters to reduce the truck pollution for starters. Definitely scientific education. Oh, can't research that. Right. I'll have to upgrade it. Okay, the offices are ready to go. The residentials... We've got 2 outliers. So the way offices work in this, they can take up to 140 citizens, whereas if you see a residential zone, they will take up to 70. So the idea here is that you want to have 2 residences at the same level of any offices that you have. So generally I move towards level 3 on most of the stuff that I do. And so as a consequence, once I'm at the top number of citizens, I want to make sure that I have 2... Again, like this is assuming that I've got sort of full employment, but basically that I would have 2 residential buildings for every office building. And I kind of messed up the layout a little bit, so this is why it's all wonky in its layout, but it'll work out for us. But I mean, again, I've got a bit of my work cut out for me because we're earning, 20... Hey, Night Valiant, thank you very much for the subscription. I hope you're not showing up because I was haranguing you during your stream. I do mean it when I tell people I don't take attendance. I forgot that there was an Obsidian Ruins here that I needed to take out. I'm actually continuing on with the previous playthrough for the very reason that I would actually like to deliver a victory. I keep forgetting there are people who haven't seen this game before, so I should talk a little bit about victory conditions in a bit. But we're going to have a rebel attack in a minute too, so we might get to see a loss condition instead. But yeah, sorry, it's I realized you got the subscription through Olaf, but I did not realize that it was a 6-month gift subscription. So thank you, Olaf, for continuing to support the channel, and Night Valiant, thank you for continuing to use the subscription. Oh, that's good to hear you got a break. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure at this point, if you didn't think I had a hefty dose of sarcasm in most of what I said, you probably wouldn't be talking to me. I think if you took me seriously, we would have had a problem much earlier. But with that in mind, I definitely, you know, I don't want to have somebody like kind of show up into the broadcast after saying something silly and find out after the fact that it was actually because that was taken the wrong way. But I'm glad you're here. I should just take a quick look at what my free employees are up to. So we've got a total of 10 dedicated employees. Oh.
Hey, Founder. I'm Sola Irala, your one and only Chief Logistics Officer. You call me if you want something or someone to go from point A to point B. I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen and moved it all. Vats of blood, live octopus bodies, an 8-foot statue of Anar Pir herself once. And just give me some time to rig a vehicle together, and I'll get it moving.
So the actually we'll empty out the mine jobs. Okay, we're back to leisure, so we can afford to do some upgrades now. We're at 144 on the isotope, so I'm feeling pretty good about this. We might be able to get this second residential up and running before too long. And I'm in the spot where I need to start saving up for the minerals. Or sorry, saving up for the influence. Just to get this last obsidian ruins down. I'm genuinely surprised at how thin our isotope stockpile is. I would have thought we would have been earning more. We can start claiming them out here, but I was hoping to hold that off for a little bit. Anyways, victory conditions. So we need to achieve three of the following. Three of each of the following. Council operator, own 24 council obelisks, 80 artifacts, 400,000 credits, 20 activated inert ruins, and /or retain 1,050 citizens. For martial mastery, we need to have 22 defensive turrets, 160 influence, 28 conversion centers, 9 ships, and or 90 employees. And then economic expertise, we need to possess 90 artifacts, 400 employed citizens, 23,000 CUs of minerals, 36 scientists, and or 340 ruins. So I was trying to go for the ones that really involve this incredibly large city corporation, just because generally I've had a smaller enterprise that just tends to win the game before we really need to sort of stretch our legs as far as our kind of our economic might, I suppose, for lack of a better term. But I do at this point want to sort of learn what it's like to sort of run and manage a really large city like this. And so that's one of the reasons here why I want to do things like build these large offices and yeah, exactly. So in this particular case here, like I want to actually start getting to the hundreds of employees, hundreds of citizens and such. Looks like we actually afford to upgrade this conversion center as well, so we're going to do that. And I'm going to upgrade the isotope village, although it does mean that our production's going to run down while we work on that. I'm a little curious where our employee number is going to go. Now, I do need to start thinking about where the next batch of power is going to be coming from. So these things suck up 45 fuel. Okay, so I can actually afford to do one more power building. I think what I'll do is I'll actually lay the foundations for that now. So energy plant, that's 200 mineral construction units. Let's make sure we're paying tier 3 on those. 2 isotope construction units. So these are going to take 1 employee to run, but that's not really that big of a demand on my resources. Tiberiosity, too tired to stream tonight, so hosting me. And now back to your lurking. Well, thank you very much for the host, Tiberiosity. I'm sorry that there wasn't a notification for that, but I do appreciate you. I do appreciate you coming in and doing that. For those of you that don't know, both Night Valiant and Tiberiosity are. Oh, I've got a mineral, but I don't have an isotope version of this? Shame on me. Well, here's what I'll do. I will apply the blueprint. And then what I'll do is I'll just cancel the... Oh no, this is isotope. Okay, yeah, so we'll just cancel the mineral parts of this. This is kind of wasteful that I'm doing all mineral 3s. I'll live with it though. I'll admit I kind of like doing all of this manually. And we should have enough to take out those obsidian ruins as well. Let's put this one as a priority. I do want to make sure that we've got our housing up before the start of the next cycle. I say the next cycle. It's a work day. I should call it a work day. Let's take a look at my turret coverage. So if I could get a turret set up here to protect this area. I'm not 100% sure about turrets near the residential areas. I'm not 100% sure what the distance winds up being. Mind you, a turret here may not hurt. So if I were to take a defense turret, that costs 8, so that should be my tier 3. It wouldn't really give me full coverage of this, but I could stick one down here. I might even stick one down here just because I don't think it hurts to have too much defense. It'll be a drain on my energy, but we can work with that. Well, I kind of already know. So I know that there is an enemy, like there's a enemy ship creeping around this area here. But the thing is that when the rebel wave arrives at 100%, they can come from anywhere because those ships are not coming from the rebel bases; they're coming from off the map. And so in that case, really, what I just need to do is make sure that I have ships in place to be able to sort of absorb the attack, rather than try and build it. Like the only way you can really build an optimal defense is to make sure that the stuff that you don't want blown up is appropriately covered. Beyond that, there isn't really a way of predicting where the enemy is going to be coming from. So in this case, what's likely going to happen is that the strength of ships coming after me will be stronger than what I can handle, but what I can do is a little bit of fancy maneuvering to try and pull them into some of the more intense turret areas. Actually, we will start. I'm a little late turning these on, but we'll get ready. So what I tend to find is helpful is just to keep an eye on the mini-map here, so when I see those red arrows, I can sort of scramble the ships accordingly. This turret's obviously not going to be ready on time. But it's basically, it's going to be a tough fight, but it's not going to be a difficult one. Hey, there's that light they were talking about. So the Rainbreaker's going to be a tough one. Alright, so we'll pause things a little bit. Did I just hear oh, that looks like a Gatling gun. I get to see how they work. Okay. So there's a couple of different ways that I can approach this, actually. So let's get one weapon sort of hammering down on the... we'll get one weapon each, sort of hammering down on their weapons. You're with the rebels? I don't know. Are both of these... Yes, so this ship on the left is what I designed, and the ship on the right is one designed by Brace Yourself. I believe specifically it's Andy Wynn, the lead designer on this, who designs these ships. But I could be wrong on that, so please don't quote me. But the idea here is it's a little like FTL. And what I'm specifically doing here is targeting... So I'm putting the hurt on the weapons because obviously taking out their ability to generate damage is probably the easiest way. It's the easiest way to prevent damage to me. But sort of as a secondary consideration, I want to try and take out these life support systems because they don't have a med bay. And if we can just sort of slowly suffocate the people on the ship, either we're going to force them to spend time repairing their life support systems, or they just lose their employees. At which point we don't need to worry about fighting it. Let's see. Oh man, that's really cool. The Cadence migrant ship has arrived. So let's get some more people in here. Okay, looks like something's attacking one of our ships. So we've got a fuel turbine under attack. Ooh, that's tricky. And the Rainbreaker's actually also moving in on us as well. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to take the Rogue Daphnis to go after the Penance, and we're going to try and drag them into a crossfire. It is Bahar Karoba who's coming after us right now. So we've got our turrets defending us here. And they're going after the activated tank, so that's going to make life a little difficult for me too. Alright, we're going to hold the line here. I need to start by distracting the Penance. And maybe what we'll do in the meantime, let's get a repair all command going out. Okay, so we will fly over. It's definitely a slow one. Okay, we've got an activated relay. What's going on here? I thought we only had... Oh, nope, this is the one they're going after. Okay, so at this point, I just need to get a little more life for this thing. So I'm actually going to send the Rogue Daphnis to fight the Rainbreaker, just so that it's not going to be... not going to be losing my... Like, that's an irreplaceable item, so I really need to make sure that it's in better shape. Okay, so we're generally looking okay. In this case, I can't let the Rogue Daphnis take too much damage, but we are going to take a second here and just put a little hurt on the... Oh, that's interesting. That's a shield, so we're not going to be able to focus on their pilots quite the same way. But in this case here, I just want to sort of pull them away from the main target. And let's see where the rest of this goes. Did we already lose a oh, we're close to losing someone. I wonder if we're going to be able to move now. Where are my other turrets? Let's try and go a little deeper. So if I knew I could more reliably take out these Gatling guns, let's maybe try and put a little more hurt on their life support systems. If I could more reliably take out their Gatling guns, I'd feel safer bringing this ship closer into the center. But right now, my existing defensive systems are kind of overwhelmed, so... Hey, Bodhi and Chungus. Okay, so it looks like they're not going after the activated relay. That's fine. They are going after my road, though, so... Once again, we'll give the penance something to think about. I see they really, really like the Gatling guns. In fairness, given what they're doing to us, I can see why. Now, if two ships are ganging up on this little guy, I'm probably going to have to fly somewhere else. We are going to have to deal with the consequences of some pretty big... so if... Given where this is going, I suspect there's going to be a lot of collateral damage as these ships blow up over my city corp. But this is a pretty decent defense, given that we're outnumbered by ships that are better equipped than just about everything in my city corp. Okay, so they're attacking the mine. Now the mine can actually withstand a little bit more punishment, so I'm gonna let them have their fun for a little while. Again, I also want to make sure that we're not losing employees. Definitely in danger of it. Are we really at the max with this conversion center already? Huh. Guess you don't get that much on an upgrade. Oh, we got a fire. And minerals on fire as well. But the stuff that's irreplaceable isn't under attack anymore, so overall, I'm feeling okay. We've got a ton of cash, so... So the Bold Kivak, we'll move in to defend. I think we'll probably change dance partners at this point, so... Actually, you know what? No need to get clever about this. So the... Yeah, what'll happen after is the bold Kivik will just move on the Rainbreaker. So when one of these things goes up, you can take a quick look at all the lighting. I really like how everything gets illuminated when you take one of those things out. So the assumption there would be that I have enough ships to be able to guide the enemy in, and that just usually doesn't work out that way. Generally, I'm outnumbered on most of these. The thing is, as long as I don't take too much damage, I'm not actually that bothered by the collateral damage. Like, I'm making lots of money. Amazingly, we have not yet lost an employee. I guess this isn't like FTL where you take damage for walking in the fire. What was the... Okay, yeah, this thing's looking a little worse for wear. So what we're going to do is we'll take the Rogue Daphnis, we're going to throw them into the shipyard. So yeah, you can sort of see like this command center was in perfect health. This is what the collateral damage did to it. That's not really a whole lot to worry about. Now, the activated battery is both a more fragile item and it was directly under the explosion, so that maybe looks a little more frightening. But overall, like unless I'm really in like a really tough spot, I tend not to worry that much about the sort of the splash. So I think the Bold Kivik may not be able to attack until his companion's out of the way. Okay.
This isn't the last you'll see of me. You're just delaying your inevitable defeat.
So I definitely want to have another. Shipyard up before the next attack comes in. But in this particular case, really what I want to worry about now is the fire. And again, so the thing that I love, if you compare this game to like some of my first VODs of Industries of Titan, just the sheer amount of activity that you see running around on the board, it's just so much more interesting. Like, it's always cool to see the repairs going on, but like now we've got fire going on, we can see people like splashing water on it. It's just really neat, even though I'm not necessarily directly controlling a lot of this stuff anymore. Like, the number of things that I'm directly controlling really isn't that much higher when it comes down to fire. But it just really adds another layer. I'm really impressed by it. Oh, you saw Do? I haven't seen it yet. Obviously, Canadian director though. So I think it's still playing in a theater here. But glad to hear you liked it. If you can actually just give me a quick second. I'm not going to run ads on this or anything, but I had something on charge. And I'd like, Denis Villeneuve. He did a film called Arrival, which I thought was very good as well. And the new Blade Runner, which I haven't seen, but on HBO Max. Okay. So yeah, if you could just give me one really quick second. The one about sort of the arrival of extraterrestrials and sort of the world's reaction to that, and sort of the this woman who's sort of tasked with trying to decipher a way of communicating. I think that might be a different movie. Yes, yeah. Anyways, if you can just give me a quick second, I'm going to be back really quick. I just want to see if I can take something off charge. All right, sorry about that. I remember liking some parts of Contact, but I don't actually remember it that well. I liked Arrival, but yeah, I do very much want to see Dune. Okay, so let's actually just take a quick second to review the position. So I believe we've got all of our residential and commercial zones. We're still about 70-ish employees away from our limit. We do have some tech that we should have been researching, so let's maybe pick that up. Could go for a small Gatling gun. That'll lead to shields, reduced burrow costs. Can get the medium Gatling gun sooner. Okay, so everything related to pollution we now have. We can increase the rate at the migrant ship arrival. That's actually not bad for me. It's a lot of research efficiency too. Well, I guess one thing I would say is that I'm probably going to be building some ships sooner rather than later. So let's get the medium Gatling gun ready to go. So I should actually maybe just mention something here really quickly. So this... oh my goodness. Huh. Okay. Sorry, just got a notification for something. So this is a tech web rather than a tech tree. And what's kind of neat about this one, so I'm going to be 305 in Western Europe right now. Just realized yesterday you're going to be 30 in a month. Kind of a mind bender. Guess that means you're not going to be able to pretend you're not an adult anymore. I mean, it depends. It's really funny to hear how people... I'm wondering, in a gaming context, how much of this is just sort of the shifting to games being mainstream. Because, there was a certain period of time where, for, gaming, you had to be a certain age to have played the first games. And we're well beyond that point now. And then, gaming was more of a niche thing, and you sort of move on. So, I know there's, the idea of, the boomer shooter now, which apparently is a very specific kind of first-person shooter, which, it's not like Call of Duty or Halo or something like that. Your first gen was Age of Empire 2? Oh, neat. Actually, speaking of Canadian developers, Age of Empires 4 is done by Relic, which is another Vancouver developer. I had a friend who went, Doom. I'm not 100% sure what qualifies as a boomer shooter. But I'm assuming that probably the new version of Doom wouldn't count about it. Yeah, I quite like their games. So they did Company of Heroes, they did Dawn of War. So I actually rather liked Dawn of War 3, but from what I understood, that was not one of their popular ones. They're currently doing Company of Heroes 3. Age of Empires 4 seems to have been a good adaptation. I haven't played a lot of it, but I do have a Game Pass subscription, so I should probably give it a shot. Dawn of War 3, I don't believe so. I think it does have a team-based multiplayer mode, but I don't think it has a co-op mode. But yeah, I'm noticing... the reason why I mention this is just I've noticed when I load up... So, I use Firefox as my, default browser on this computer, and so it brings up Pocket. And I'm noticing, every once in a while there'll be more articles around, grandparents playing games like Fortnite and that. And I'm assuming we're just kind of getting to a point now when there's a generation of people where gaming was... if not mainstream, at least sort of semi-mainstream. I think there's a comedian, Dara O'Brien, who makes this really interesting observation of the development of the game, the games industry, and as it's like as it's gotten more mature, you also kind of look at the subjects of the games and they're decidedly more like middle class or, kinds of concerns, which I actually thought was a really interesting observation. Because I don't know how much you really want to put into that in terms of whether or not it's just sort of this tying to the I guess financial status of the people making games, but I thought it was a very funny one, and it might actually have some truth in terms of just the changes to people, the kinds of people who are making games now. But I think I'm starting to see more and more of these elderly people playing games, which I think has always been true, but I suspect that this is also coming up more just because we've had this really long time now where, gaming is a multi-million-dollar business where, significant people, who would otherwise be running other large companies are running these large publishers. And so, with the progress of time, people are going to hang on to their hobbies. And as a result, we're just generally seeing kind of a wider range of people playing games. So yeah, the funny thing is that I would argue probably 30 isn't even necessarily that old for gaming at this point now. But gamers stuck it out through all the ridicule. But yeah, it's almost to a point now that you can see in some cases gamers have become the bullies. But it's nicer to kind of focus on the positive sides of it. The other thing too is I think it's also reflected in the design of a few games. I'll move back into the game in a little bit, but if you think of a game like Total War or BattleTech or some of these things like Total War Warhammer, that's tapping into Games Workshop, and I think Games Workshop got its start around the 80s or something like that. I definitely know BattleTech's been around since at the least the early 90s. And what's interesting about this, right, is that if you think of tabletop wargamers, they are very much accustomed to buying these incremental purchases for their armies, right? They're going to buy models or they're going to buy another source book. That is part of having the hobby. It's almost like building model trains, right? You'll buy a particular engine that you're really interested in looking at, or you're going to, get some models to make this little city or something like that. And so where, if you really like playing first-person shooters and you see this proliferation of DLC, you'll be sort of like, oh, I hate this new business model. Why can't I just get the game all at once? Whereas for strategy gamers, particularly ones who are used to playing the tabletop stuff like Warhammer or BattleTech or something like that, for them, that's just part of the hobby. And of course, they're going to be older if they've got the nostalgia factor, which is really important. They probably have got more disposable income, as you point out. And so not only do you have people who are already primed to be doing these incremental purchases, either new generals for Total War or what have you, but they're going to have the means to do so and the willingness to do so. I also don't even necessarily think that's a bad thing, because that just results in a nice sort of stream of income and updates for the people who are making that game. And it means that I have a better game to play. In the case of Total War, I got all the DLC for Troy because I really like Troy. And I've actually done that a little bit with Warhammer. I don't know if I've done all of it, but same way you spent 300 euros on Seika too. Yeah. So I don't necessarily think it's a bad model, but I definitely think it's one that different classes of gamers are going to be more accustomed to. And I think the strategy gamers are really smart in being able to tap into that nostalgia and, and be able to sort of take advantage of an existing sort of business model that's been in place in the case of the physical games. Yeah, it really is a question in terms of what you're getting for the money. As with any given product, if somebody's not giving you the value for what they're charging, then I can definitely see where it becomes a problem. As it's I think kind of the same with everything. I would never want to be so so unquestionably like loyal, I guess for lack of a better term, to a given... Oh, hang on. Why do we have more citizens than spots available? How is that even possible? Oh, it's because this place is buried under garbage. Okay, that's fine. We will just assign more... This is going to be a big problem, actually, so I don't mind putting 10 people onto cleaning waste. You're distracting me for the rebels. Let's make sure that's getting repaired. We got a few fires to put out, quite literally, but other than that, we'll be fine. But yeah, as with, you know, most things, like you can definitely see how a business model like that can result in, you know, things that are maybe not quite worth it, or like people sort of feel like they're being nickeled and dimed for, you know, something that maybe they don't necessarily need to is the wrong term, but like there's definitely ways where people can sort of feel hard done by that. I mean, I definitely believe that developers should be able to price things the way that they feel is fair and sustainable. Because, like, obviously for me as a player, I'm always going to say, like, every game should be free and receive lifetime support. You know, frankly, the developers should be paying me to enjoy their game. Like, and that's just not sustainable. But on the other hand, like, you know, it's a market, right? You want there to be sort of two sides that are having their interests represented fairly, because if you do something that's too consumer friendly, you potentially cut off your source of new games, like your new fun, right? You do actually need to support the developers at what they're doing. Otherwise, you know, you just don't have as many games to play and enjoy. But on the other hand, you know, people have other entertainment options. And so if people are taken advantage of, they will go and find other sources of entertainment. And so the danger is that if you create too many impediments into enjoying the game, they're either going to find a different game, or they're going to go and do another hobby, right? They'll sign up for a streaming service and watch movies, or, you know, any number of other things that they could potentially do. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't think I have Warhammer installed right now, because like I said, I've been really enjoying Troy, but I will admit I actually do find it pretty tough to find people to play games with. Man, I really love how much of a pain fires are here. Like I was totally just going on autopilot here, and like I've almost let my city burn down. That's really cool. But yeah, no, when I've got Warhammer back up, I should give it a shot. Oh, Anna. Anna's probably my favorite character so far.
Glad I caught you. I just want a moment to tell you again how grateful I am. The job it's everything I've ever dreamed of, honestly. The amount of power your team is playing with here is very exciting. Most new professionals in my field don't get this kind of responsibility this early. But everyone's got to prove themselves, you know? And the earlier the better, I say. I'd rather flame out the first chance I get than spend years underperforming quietly in a corner. I mean, I don't want to flame out at all, but you know what I mean? Take big chances. Fail fast. Founder, I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the chance to fail fast. I won't fail, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to fail, but I won't fail. Okay, thanks. Bye.
Oh god, I love that one a lot. Like, I already know Ayana is my favorite character in this so far, but I think it's because, so there's a few different lines. Like, I've definitely had conversations with people like this where I sort of get in my own head and will be my own worst enemy in terms of the statements. But one of the other ones I really love is that she's got a line where she's like going off on some like really arcane tangent about her area of expertise, and then she like stops herself mid-sentence. She's like, oh wait, sorry, I forgot, I'm the only person who cares about this stuff. And like, as soon as I read that line originally, I was like, I know this person, it's me. So again, I believe I don't want to, so I always feel bad doing this kind of crediting, not because I don't think people should be credited, but because I might get it wrong. But you did, I believe the person responsible for most, if not all of this, was the one reading the patch note, or not the patch notes, but the update to you in the video. So I believe there was one other writer on this as well. But like I said, credit where credit is due. I actually had a fun moment with it was A. Jared J, who was the community manager intern at Brace Yourself. And I had said that the most likely character to have a Power is Sexy shirt on would be Ayana Oak. And he was like, wait, really? And like, because he was like, that obviously kind of seems like it's someone that's very Machiavellian, somebody who's like trying to get more power. Of course, I'm playing on the, the love of energy generation, basically. So, of course, he, the penny drops and he's like, oh, wait, that's what you meant. But I still insist that Ayana Oak is the most likely character to have a Power is Sexy shirt somewhere in her locker. Okay, are we up and running on this one? Yes, we just don't have enough isotopes for it. So, oh, nuts. Nuts. It didn't, Ugh. What? Oh, this is a disaster. This is what I get for not doing my own manual design. Okay, let's get these. Okay, so I want to have tier 1s going in here. Sorry, I'll have to ignore chat for a little bit while I'm bringing things back into order. So these should be level 2s going in. So these should be level 3. These should be level 2. And these should be level 1. Okay, we're back in business for these. Okay, cool. Well, apparently not that resistant to your distractions. We're still burning down the city. Okay. So I'm gonna kill the isotope lines. And we'll replace them with minerals. I'm going to have to remember to get these set up for mineral parts, but overall we're good. It's good for the employees, a place to warm their hands. We're getting close. We just need a good rainfall. Clear it all out. As long as it doesn't spread, we're fine. But the thing is that it is actually pretty good at spreading, so... yeah, just expanded to another road. Personally, I want a first-person mode where I can see the trucks going through the fire in order to get the delivery done. I think I'll put down another... I'm mostly just putting down this turret because I can. And we are sitting on a lot of influence. I should probably use it before I start losing it. So, I guess the question is, what do I want to expand out to? Oh, okay, first thing, let's get ourselves some tasty isotopes. Okay, next up, let's get any remaining upgrades for storage centers done. I think there was only one more to do, but basically every building that can be level 3 should be level 3 at this point. Ah! Oh no, Packy died. Hallelujah! All right, the heavens have opened and are getting us out of our jam. Okay, I believe that is all the fires dealt with. So next goal is to boost our. Well, first of all, always get more employees as I can. Next up, I want to get another shipyard down, and I got to think about where do I want that to happen. Oh, actually, sorry. Before I do that, let's get the... Oh, hang on. I've also got mines to upgrade. So, a couple things I want to do here first. Let's get these storage containers lined up with the way I want them to be. Look at that productivity. Alright, let's get these mines up to tier 3. Or something approximating it. So the reason I did that is it occurred to me that, actually I should probably work out the exchange rate, but I believe you might actually be able to come out ahead influence-wise if you import the materials and then sell them back to the council. I should double check that, but I actually think you can, I think you can get favorable exchange rates that way. Unfortunately, we're out of oh wow, we're already out of living space. Cool. How much money are we making? Good lord, we're making like 10k. Oh no, Sir Karma too! We're losing all the brace yourself people. Incidentally, so for those of you unfamiliar, if you like this visual style, that is due to Sir Karma, who I believe had put out some voxel art, and on the basis of that voxel art they put out is the reason why they got hired for this. So, don't let your dreams be dreams. Put your stuff out there, and you too one day may be working on a game you really like. Okay. So now we are well and truly up to tier 3 on everything. The big question is, where's the space for my new shipyard? It might have to be here. It's going to be a little tricky to get the roads down, though. An alternative is maybe I stick it up here. But again, the question is where does it fit as far as road placement? The other alternative is I put down a command center and we sort of go aggressive in terms of pushing our position forward. Actually, I kind of like that idea. So we need a little more influence, but we should be good. Let's go back to the tech web. And let's go for... I think I'll focus on researching the stuff that I already have access to. I don't really need the arrival time to improve. The fan. Okay, so we'll research this just so that I can get access to that fan. Back to victory condition. So how many scientists did I need? $36. So that means 12 of these science labs around the area. We only need 90 employees, so we'll definitely do that. And then it said here, so in fairness, like in order, so this is a kind of an interesting dilemma to run into. So owning 28 conversion centers, the way I do conversion centers is to level them up to like tier 3. So that means a lot of employees. You don't actually have to do it that way. You can be a little more careful in terms of how you approach it. But like I said, I want to make a mega city, right? So here's what I think I'm going to do. So I'm going to use my influence. Why are you taking so long on this, guys? Is it just because I've assigned too many people on stuff like clearing out garbage and all of that? Yeah, I definitely feel like I should do another conversion center before too long. So maybe before I go too far. So this is kind of wasted territory right now. So this is a good spot for a shipyard. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. We're going to stick down an energy pylon here. Now that energy pylon needs tier 2. I'm not crazy about that placement, but I think that's the best I can do if I want to make it sort of tickle the edge here. My preference would be to be able to have it I'd like to have two convert. Well, okay. I kind of hate that I'm doing this, but that gets me 2 conversion centers in this area. It may also mean I can't get the bridge where I want it to here. So right now we are constrained on our tier 1 isotopes. Part of that is because this building is still in the process of being upgraded. We're currently picking this all up off the ground. Definitely a number of... Okay, actually I'm going to work this out. So that cost me 4 influence. I got 8 and 4. Yeah, so the 4 isotopes already paid itself back in my ability to donate them. Cool. Oh, don't you dare. You do that with tier 3s. Okay, yeah, so we've got a lot of upgrades that are going on right now. That is definitely going to take us a while. I think I'm also going to need to turn this... Nope, this is already a level 3. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to go up. We'll set up a couple of conversion centers here just so I can have a larger base of workers. I'm going to clear out this area so I can... Okay, so actually, if I can, I'll get a shipyard here. We're going to put a command center down here so we can take this territory from the rebels. We'll probably turn this into more sort of civilian territory when the time comes. I also need to start thinking about where I'm going to get my next fuel turbine down, so this is probably a good place to explore as well. But I think right now I'd actually like to mine out all of these isotope patches just because I really need as many isotopes as I can get. We're already halfway to another rebel attack. Okay, actually, with that in mind, let's start clearing out my likely future future shipyard. Don't worry about the rebels, they're weak. Why do I have trouble believing you, Beepo? Okay, let's get that ship in first. It's a really neat little touch, the ship sizes. I didn't appreciate how much of a difference that would make. Probably should have moved this ship to somewhere a little more meaningful. Okay. It's looking kind of grim in this area, pollution-wise. So I should probably get some fans down, but I'm not 100% sure where I'm going to stick those fans. Like, there's really nowhere for them to go in this spot. I may have to settle for a... I may have to settle for like a filtration system here. we'll see how it turns out. Okay. Now that this is down, I should start building my new conversion centers. So those cost 2 construction units for isotopes. And before I get too committed to it, let's boost up that energy pylon as well. Probably better for me to get that dealt with now rather than have to shut down the conversion centers at an inconvenient time. Okay, so we're looking at 4060 to get a another shipyard down. Hopefully our influence will be ticking up a little bit faster when we get that command center up. I don't want to turn this on quite yet. We've got enough power, and that is going to take up an employee, but I have the option to get a little more juice if I need. I'm a little surprised at our waste situation, because I've actually got quite a few people dedicated to supplying the smokestack and cleaning out waste. I haven't eaten up all the available workers, have I? Huh. Yeah, I definitely need to boost the number of workers I have. So I'm happy enough where we're at here, but I suspect everything feels like it's taking so long because I've only got 6 free employees kind of running around doing things. Okay, so we bought everything here. I believe we've bought all of our storage for our different buildings. And we have bought all our trucks. So yeah, we're 100% at the point where I should be spending all of this money on ship designs. Yeah, this should be a priority. These sort of should be a priority because they're obviously going to decide how many employees I get. But if everything becomes a priority, then nothing becomes a priority. So, oh, actually, you know what? I remember. Okay, so I have fewer employees than I thought because all these isotopes patches I'm working. But you will notice that we're actually really short on level 1 isotopes, so I kind of want to keep feeding that. Oh yeah, good point. What definitely wasn't where definitely not what I had intended with it, but you're right. Yeah, no, I mean, I was gonna say, clearly, I just naturally intuit the precepts of top tier management. Okay, let's think about. So we've got a rebel attack coming in. Well, fairly short order. I'm okay turret-wise. It's, again, if we have to, we can just put ourselves in a situation where we make the maneuver around the city. But of course, we've learned there's a cost to doing that. If we do it that way, then we wind up, we kind of wind up with the city in flames. So We're at 6 of 8 on the command center, so let's let this priority run by. Next... So I'll wait for this to build. I think I'll just do, as far as priorities, one at a time. We'll start with these conversion centers, then these conversion centers, then the energy pylon. So we'll kind of do it slice by slice. That determination will change if I get enough space for my shipyard here. But the reason why I want to prioritize this command center is not actually because it's close to being done, although that is a factor. It's specifically the fact that it's giving me access to that monument center. That monument center is going to be boosting up my influence at a fairly good little clip. Oop, Ciaro wants to say, and hello, Salvage Drifter. Hope you're well. I am doing well myself.
How are you settling in? How are the council's accommodations? You are very lucky to receive this much council support. Not everyone gets so much investment. And not everyone gets a corporation monitor of my caliber. I was raised within the council family, as they say. There isn't an internal leaderboard of council functionaries, but if you sorted us by achievement, I'd like to bet my degrees and accomplishments put me somewhere at the top. But even locals like me can find Titan a difficult place to survive. Off-mooners like yourself, well, if we succeed here, it will be because of my skill, experience, and gentle guiding hand. I look forward to sharing the fruits of success with you, Founder.
Yeah, so actually you just got to see one of them, Salvage Drifter. So as Beepo points out, so the fire was actually added in the previous update, but there's even more fire interactions now, including the heat wave environment effect. There's a lot more lore now. So every once in a while there will be audio logs that come up with the different characters, and you do get to actually see a little bit more of their backstory, which I quite like. You will also be able to access those in the codex, which I think is pretty cool. Let's get that fan up, even though I may not necessarily be able to make it work as quickly as I would like. Let's also get the ruins cleared out, so I just need 20 more and we should be good to go. We also just got our command center up, so monument center's up and running. I can absorb... Right, we knew these before. So these are up and ready to go, sorry. What else was there? I can't remember if you can see the... Nope. I guess you can't see the roadmap from the... So I'm trying to remember which are specific to this. You didn't play Mass Effect on your first playthrough. You read Mass Effect on your first playthrough. I always wind up playing... Yeah, I definitely definitely play games this way. Let me actually just take a quick second here and... because I'm forgetting which was in the previous update and what's in the current one. So it shouldn't take that long to bring the notes back up. I actually think the two headlines were the heat wave. Oh, right. Yeah, there was also new technologies added to the tech web. I also don't remember when the last time you played the game was Salvage Drifter, but a lot of them actually also attach to things like the visuals. Like more VFX related to the fires, the ship styles as they come down and the spaceport have come in. They all seem very minor, but like there was a point earlier on in the playthrough tonight where like the city was on fire and it looked like really dynamic and interesting, and it was actually kind of a special moment. So I try not to undersell that sort of stuff, just because I actually really do think it adds quite a bit to the sort of the atmosphere, which for me is a really big one. But I realize, like, depending on your expectations in terms of what constitutes an update, some people might take that as sort of like overselling what was added in this particular one. Dumb Soldier reads, many words to become smart. Use brain to defeat opponent. I will probably use commerce to overcome the rebels. Again, they've got territory right at the edge, but I want to get that shipyard built, and obviously we're getting close to the the edge of the meter. Okay, so this one should get upgraded fairly soon now because we are getting to a point of the oh, great. Everything's falling into place. Okay. So now we're going to be able to put our new shipyard there. That's good. I will probably put down a command center in this area fairly soon as well to get the large ruin taken care of. Eric, 69th of their name. I know that's not why that's in there, but thank you very much for the follow. I hope you are enjoying Industries of Titan. Again, this is a playthrough that we started in an earlier update, so if any of you have questions about how we got here, I'm happy to go into that. But this is true. Actually, this game really brings out the worst in me. There may be a clip of me willingly stiffing my workers in order to buy completely useless trucks because I could. But I just call that efficiency. Maximizing shareholder value, if you will. But yeah, so if you look at that, right, this costs me 4 influence. So I can get 5 influence from 2 isotopes. So I'm up the 1 isotope, and I get the 25 minerals for free. Now, I do pay for it in waste, so it's not a costless transaction. But as it turns out, like, I may actually change my approach in Titan in the future to make it so that I always bring in the ships. Just because in the end I can convert those resources into influence when the time comes. We'll see. I'm doing well for tier 3 isotopes, so let's just keep upgrading the conversion centers no matter what. So I don't know if this was officially announced or not, but there was a suggestion that there might be the option to dump waste on enemy cities in the future. If that's true, I'm really happy about that. But I don't know if that was just like somebody in chat saying this would be a fun thing to do. But that would be fantastic. I believe there will be the option if you want. You can actually, I believe in the future you will be able to dump waste into the water. And that's when they're adding sort of recreation and amenities. Because of course if you pollute the water, then you're there's another cost to that. Yeah, well, my suggestion was that basically you just, you build more housing units out of waste and then just raise the price on the existing housing unit. Like the existing housing units become luxury, and the ones built out of waste are are the new standards, and then you just raise the rents. That hasn't happened yet, so I'm assuming it's just because they were so compelled by that idea, they wanted to make sure that they hired up to do it justice. All right, I have a feeling that we're not going to get that shipyard up in time. I'm trying to think of anything else I can dump artifacts into. Well, fuel storage. We could probably turn this into a residential section. I'm just trying to lower my my net worth to get a little extra time to build that shipyard. It's probably a lost cause, but we'll do our best. Oh, that was a mistake. Nope, that is 4 CUs, so I should have... So I'm gonna need to clear out the resources, but we're on our way. Just wait for the trade ticket to come up and then we can donate the minerals. The other thing I could do is dump some artifacts into opening new branches on the tech web, but I've kind of already done that, so it's I'm not going to be able to do that trick too many more times. Okay, so this pylon is at its top level. Oh, it's just short of what I needed. That's a real shame. Okay, let me just take a quick peek. Yeah, I mean, that still has its uses, but we'll clear that out. So this shipyard's not going to be ready on time. That's simple as that. Let's see what happens if I call the alarm, or sound the alarm. So normally this would be a completely unforgivable waste of energy, but I'm going to be turning this energy plant on, although we are going to be dropping fuel, I think. So I'm going to need to get that command center up sooner than I thought. Okay. Something for me to think about. It's a really dumb idea for me to be upgrading this right now, but I'm going for it. I need 40 isotopes to mine this out so we can get a command center down here. If I'm going to make this sort of a civilian sector, I think it also makes sense to expand out here. But I do run into the problem of where I put the highways. Okay, so let's say road down... Well, let's commit to maybe this side of the map. Yeah, okay, then I can put the command center down here. Yeah, but I don't have coverage. Ugh. No, we can still make it work. Okay. That needs 4, so yes, this is fine. Have the entry face the road. They don't need to really be built right now, but getting close to where I need to be for that isotopes patch, but not quite there. Now, one thing I can actually do, probably should have done this earlier. I can shut off one of these generators, and that'll put me back in the black for my energy. Now the thing is that because all these defense turrets are running, like my employees are sort of sucked up using this right now. The other thing I need to be aware of is that as I upgrade these conversion centers, that is going to be draining my energy even more. But this is not a bad little torture test of my my existing capacity. So I don't mind running like this for a bit. Also, we can lower the number of artifacts by converting people, although this is going to be double-edged because there is a certain, like, there's a value to employees as well. Mind you, again, like even that 4% is going to get me a little extra time. So let's work with what we've got. Is this going up to tier 3? Yes, it is. Okay. So we'll let this guy, basically we'll let the conversions happen as it is right now. Once this one's done, we'll upgrade this one to tier 3. And then at that point, once the 2 sets of conversions are done, we will max out the jobs and the... Hey, we got our top employer victory. Oh, wow, I didn't realize we were that short on artifacts. Okay, I need to go... I need to go buy some more. I need to do everything, basically. This is a pretty vulnerable part of my enterprise right now because of the undefended artifacts. But I'm just going to have to live with that for the time being. I think I'll just let my I'll let my workers handle this little zone first, and then we'll think about the next steps. So I can prioritize the ruins and this construction. How are we on? Yeah, we're still really struggling on our isotopes. Okay. I am going to make one exception here, and I'll boost the number of workers in the isotope extractor. And right, I don't have the 6 artifact. Yeah, I've run out in terms of that trick of lowering my overall net worth. So we are definitely going to get hit by the rebels now.
I was brought up to believe in hard work, and I will continue to work hard on destroying you.
So it's going to be the same strategy as last time. We've already got our workers in the turrets, so we're as prepared as we're going to be, although I did fail in my goal of getting another shipyard down. So we'll just watch for the rebel ships, and we're going to try and guide them into convenient locations. Well, at least we're getting another shipyard down now. Okay. Right now I just want to try and hold them in a convenient spot. Even though we may not be able to win the fight, we can at least inconvenience them. Oh, but we got one coming in from the north, so we might need to change it up in a little bit. Okay, they're focusing on that defense turret, which is going to be able to defend itself for a while. So I'm gonna actually hold the line here. We'll get the repairs sort of already started. Heavy rainfall is actually good for us too, so any fires that emerge won't sting as much. Shipyard's online. Unfortunately, we don't have the energy pylon on yet, so that becomes a new high priority. Industrial fans done. Let's go. So I think it's anything with a blue outline. I'm not quite sure what those extra magazines do, but I'm willing to experiment. So I may want to pull the Rogue Daphnis out. Hopefully we can hold them in position. We're probably going to get a bit of fire on the road, but... This is a decent enough spot to hold them because there's 2 turrets targeting them right now. Oh, we lost an employee. Okay, that pylon's up, so I'm actually going to pause things just so I can go on a bit of a shopping spree. The SCUA, designed by Karoba Solutions. Does that name sound familiar? Does anybody know? Okay, so who... I'm curious, Mr. Mega City over here. Does this name mean anything to anybody in chat? Designed by Karoba Solutions specifically to be able to thread easily between Titan's unburrowed city skyline. So, by that. The Bueto KM49839, one of the loudest ships in current use. Pilots of the Buzzard often develop tinnitus. I am assuming this is change. Is it Circane or Circane? Anyways, this replaced the Circane MD-22, which had some issues with a hair trigger self-destruct. Spitzatus TS-435, why do damage to your enemy when you can utterly obliterate them? The Eagle is perfect just for that. And the Cathartes, originally envisioned to be a mining tunneling ship, the Vulture can cut through most buildings like thermite through flesh. Didn't even really dent our stack of credits. So, I want to just take a quick second here. So the SCUA, designed by Karoba Solutions, specifically to be able to thread easily between Titan's unburrowed city skyline, just in the spirit of the patch. Well, first of all, we've got Vern Skull, position landfaller, position waste management officer, although that title might be a little reductive for some. Origin Mars biography. Vern is a chemist who got into waste management to make money and grew utterly fascinated by the threat, danger, and potential, well, creative uses of industrial waste. Awkward and dry-humored, he wants you to incorporate his strange and dangerous ideas into your city's systems. So, here is Bahar Karoba. Faction Rebels, position leader of the Cobra Rebels. Origin Titan biography. Brought up by the founders of the small but successful Karoba Solutions, Bahar witnessed how Titan's corporations treated its employees. When they spoke out about it, their parents tried to have them converted. This was enough to push them towards the rebel cause. They were educated to take over the family business, and now they use that knowledge against the corporations of Titan and the council itself. So, I don't know. I like little details like that, right? Just to know that there's a bit more going on in the world than you might necessarily notice at first glance. We actually did a pretty good job of cleaning out the rebels here. Unfortunately, we did lose a few employees, it looks like. All of our life support got taken out, it looks like. Actually, it's probably our energy that died, and we lost the life support as a result. Oh wait, I paid for the ships, but I didn't start building them. So we're gonna go for the big ones. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure if all of them wind up being City Corps or if there's other businesses. But yeah, well, I guess we'll find out whether or not Karoba Systems are one of the AIs, because as the roadmap says, the next update is going to be.
You're a lot smarter than most founders. I can respect that. If you can respect that, I will be back for blood next time.
I don't like the sound of that, Founder. Let's make sure we're prepared for their next attack.
I'm actually really excited for the competing corporation. So it did specify version 1.0, so it may not be everything that we were expecting from the very beginning. But I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. Like it's nice to kind of get an idea of how it works, and then I've learned that the differences between 1.0 and 2.0 in this particular game, and this like the way they do early access, can actually be fairly dramatic. So I know better than to sort of I shouldn't say undervalue, but I know better than to demonstrate a lack of imagination when it comes to Titan's upgrades. It tends to be pretty wild. Okay, so I think the goal for me right now, in addition to just upgrading these different command centers, I need to get red artifacts in order to get my staffing levels up. So we're going to work on that. This one's repaired and ready to go. We'll repair the bold Kyvik. Oh, hang on. Nope, underestimate. Because they consistently exceed my expectations. So this isn't part of the grid yet, but I figured I might as well get the upgrades in. And I am kind of jumping the gun on this, but we'll fill out the last job. So we got to replace some of those employees that we lost, but I can live with that. I am, however, going to need to figure out this layout. Unless this is the... This isn't the same design, is it? Does it say the ship model? Yeah. Ceramis. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is not the same type of ship. No, this is definitely not the same kind of ship. Okay, let's pause and figure out how I'm going to build this. So we do have the Gatling gun, but it's a medium. So I think I'm going to make this one to flatten rebel turrets. So I wonder if I can get away with something like... oh, I forgot the... Okay. I don't want to jam up the opening too much. That sort of entombs things too much. Well, hang on. This might work. I believe it is a conscious decision to try and make these a little weird and like hard to fit stuff into. I feel like I'm pretty good at my factory layouts, and I feel like I am absolutely atrocious when it comes to my my ship layouts. I'm going to try and do a few more redundancies in my power systems. So I guess the first thing I should have done, I'm actually going to step away from the keys for another minute, just to... what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to get my notepad to help me with my power requirements. So yeah, I'll be back in just a sec. You know, come to think of it, I mean, I have my notepad with me. Sorry, I'm just wrapping myself up in my blanket before sitting back down again. It occurred to me that I could actually just do the same power setup that I had for the... Oh, do I not get to pick my other ship? So this also has 4 large or should have, yeah, this has got 4 large lasers. So this went for 2 large generators, 2 large fuel fabricators. That might be a bit of a pain to try and fit everywhere. And it's generating way too much fuel. So how much is this thing generating? Wait a minute. So this thing is generating... I've got 2 fuel fabricators generating 9. Oh, wait. Okay, no, I get it. So they're each generating 9. So they're generating 18, but they're using 6.
Why, if it isn't our illustrious founder! A pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Braxton Daw, your new research director. Yes, the very same brilliant scientist famed for my weather prediction system back on Earth. Oh, it's quite embarrassing, really. I can't even go into space without being recognized. I am absolutely giddy with the possibilities that your little corporation is providing me. I will be sure to keep you abreast of my discoveries. I know you'll be happy with my work.
Of course, next February, make sure that your Valentines are signed from Braxton Daw. All right. So I can actually probably get away with 1 large fuel turbine, which feels wrong. Let's see if we can get away with it. So I definitely want 2 large generators. I'm going to need to think about where I can sort of cram them, but... I don't normally like entombing parts, but I'll make the exception for these. Yeah, so the only reason why I'm hesitating on that is I do have it over a really high-value zethane source, so I have a feeling under normal operating circumstances it might actually generate a bit less, but let's worry about that. That's a tomorrow me problem. My favorite kind of problem. Well, not really, because I just rely on my fuel storage then. So what I need to make sure is that I've got a good system in place for, like, to cover me if the fuel generator goes down. Okay. So I need to make sure that I've got my life support systems down. So I'm actually going to have to double check. I think we only went for 3 life support systems with these guys. 2. Wow. Lean operation. That, okay. No, that makes a lot more. No, hang on. That still doesn't make sense. Yeah, well, I mean, it says here that they need 6. So one of the things that makes it a little tricky for me is just it gives you this, the zethane absorption rate, but I'm not 100% sure how to interpret that particular number. Actually, you know what? Let's maybe see if we can figure this out now. So if we've got... So in principle here, so if we've got a zethane absorption rate of 0.6... Let's see if I can work this out. I'm just going to take a quick second here. I don't really want to do this by hand, so I'm just going to see if I can find a calculator. Okay, so if we've got 47.57. So I guess the first thing I could try doing would be multiplying that by 0.6, which is the zethane conversion rate. So that gives us 28.54, which clearly we don't have. We've got 9. Maybe the calculator's not the way to handle this. Well, here's what I'm going to do. Maybe this will be like a more long-term job for me to do, but at Zethane 47.57, rate 0.6. Fuel equals 18. 9 each. So what I'll do, I'm going to start making notes of different... Actually, I wonder, can I get that information from the fuel turbine? So fuel turbine on its own has a zethane absorption rate of 1. But I guess it doesn't tell me the zethane absorption rate of a single... Like, it doesn't... It tells me the fuel that it generates, but it doesn't actually tell me what the rate is on its own. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to... I should have done this earlier, but I'm actually gonna start writing... So I think there was a reference to the fact that there was some dispute over the pronunciation of zethane or zethane. I definitely said zethane, but now that all of the I don't know about all of the voice acting, but like now that a lot more of the voice acting is, the characters rather consistently say zethane. So, I'll just need to accept that I was wrong and adopt the language of the Titanians. But I still think it should be zethane. Okay. Let's get back to what matters. Life support. That's a tier 2 mineral job. So I kind of question the wisdom of putting life support close to so many critical functions. But I think I'll run with it and then just live with the consequences. So we need 6 crew pods. Now I could probably just run them all along the sides, but let's maybe go for a little symmetry here and go 1, 2, 3. Actually, if I'm going to do that, the hum of the generator lulls you to sleep. And we'll stick a couple of engines here. So I don't want to, obviously I don't want to block off the access. So I think I'd ideally like 4 engines kicking around, but we'll see whether or not I can pull that off. So this doesn't require that much elaboration. Now, one thing I do need to do with my relays, right now they're not connected to the whole grid, so maybe we'll work with that. Now, this sort of works. What I'd like ideally is a little more redundancy. Well, actually, I guess they're kind of connected. Yeah, no, actually this works well. The only thing I might do slightly differently would maybe be to stick like these 2 down. I don't really lose a whole lot by doing this, so. So then we're going to load this up with a bunch of batteries and then a bunch of fuel, and then we'll call it a day. Sorry, that's not true. Engines as well. 6 engines seems a little excessive, if I'm completely honest, but nothing succeeds like excess. I'm also making a few more cheats as far as the entombing goes. The the fumes from the fuel also help waft you to sleep. Okay. I'm gonna make Battery Alley. So I can't do that to the entrance, but I can approximate it. Oh, hang on. I completely forgot a med bay. Oh, nuts. Okay. That sort of works for me. I'll still put the engine down like this. So now the last question is just where do I fit the remaining fuel tanks? And honestly, the answer to that is kind of anywhere I can. So again, I want to make sure there's enough room for people to maneuver. But I don't mind it being cramped. Something explosive between critical infrastructures, always the sign of a confident design. I don't have any shields, so there's really nothing for me to do on that front. And I think our new motto here is going to be, "It's hideous, ship it." Yep, this is actually, I think this is a ship I'm content with. Okay, so we're clearing out our next destination for a command center. We have upgraded this conversion center, so let's get this one up to level 3. Although again, our big goal now is just going to be to get as many red artifacts as we can get our hands on. And get those conversions underway. Again, we're making far more money than we know what to do with, so so there was a strategy that I had tried once upon a time where I would build like a bunch of fuel tanks next to the rebel base and see if like their destruction of their destruction of my fuel tanks would result in a base getting blown up, and it wasn't that effective. Like, it was one of those things I really wanted to work because that would have been a great story to tell. I think one of the mods actually sort of independently arrived at this approach as well at another point. But I was a little disappointed to find out that that was not as effective of a strategy as it seemed like it should be. A fire ship? Yeah, I mean, a fire ship is a neat idea, but it's definitely not an effective strategy in the world of Titan, sadly. filling up nice. Hey, Karma's back. So this one is actually generating less fuel than it should. So I may regret that decision not to bring a second fuel turbine in. Let's see if we can make this thing work, though. So we'll launch it, and we'll put it over a rich zethane source. Okay, and I think the time has come for us to find an energy pylon for this. So we'll start by clearing that out. Oh yeah, I've got some isotopes patches to clear out as well. At some point I'd like to take this artifact patch. Okay, so let's just go to the zethane overlay. Oh, well, it's not that far from a source. So let's see how the Saturn Epimethus? I don't know if I'm able to relabel ships. We'll find out. What I want to see, though... Oh, yeah, nope, it's... Oh, okay. So this is actually going to be another data point for me. It's kind of hard to select this ship. Actually, it feels impossible to select this ship now. Did I accidentally put it inside the... Oh, I did. I'm an idiot. All right. We've got space for 135 workers now. Okay, so given what we know, and again, I'm just going to record another data point. This is definitely going to take a lot of time over me playing, Titan over and over. But what I want to start doing is getting a bit of a graph of people's different zethane levels and what the extraction rate is to see if I can make a little more sense of the numbers I'm seeing. So the rate's 0.3, fuel is 5. Well, this says 6. That can't be right. Okay. So, as it happens, that's exactly 20 points less. It's exactly 20 points less than the other area I was in. So at 20 points less, it's generating not exactly half. Then again, from 47 to 27, that's also not exactly half, so that doesn't tell me a whole lot. Okay, that's fine. I will be running more experiments, I'm sure. It's just not a really high priority right now. I want to get another one of these things in the sky and then think about where my next shipyard. Mind you, my next shipyard's probably I'm gonna have an answer for that when I have an answer for where my next batch of fuel is coming from. Okay, let's clear out a couple things here. So first of all, I'm going to grab this isotopes patch. I'll start clearing out some ruins when I can. May want to think about my smokestack. We're kind of at top capacity, and I think we're generating more waste than we can destroy. But I think I also said I was eventually going to turn this into civilian territory, so maybe I want to do... Well, I mean, it's one thing to say I want to put something to burn trash over here, but I actually need a road, so I couldn't do it here. I'd have to do it somewhere in this area, which would give me a reason to upgrade this energy pylon. Actually, with that in mind, this one I want to do in tier 3 minerals. Why am I down 152 fuel? Oh. Yeah. We kind of gotta hope that pylon goes online soon. Mind you, it's a leisure turn, so we can probably turn off one of these. It's a start, it's not a full fix, but so this will probably take longer to build just because of the what's going on here. So now we're draining batteries here. That can't be the ship. Oh yeah, it's the command center. I just couldn't quite see it in the background. So this should... yeah, this is good. We may have a brownout. We'll see. Alright, we should be ready to go back online. So, we're not going to upgrade that energy pylon for a while. But I have the option. Okay, that body's been built. Oh, you can rename them. Forgotten Beast is a good name, though. I think I'm going to have to stick with that one. But I'll remember that in the future. Maybe I can start doing... maybe I can start doing like follower suggested ships. So I got 4 ships. I'm not 100% sure what we're going to be going up against, so maybe I want to wait on those 6 artifacts. Actually, there's another thing that I can do, and that is save up to drill out this artifact patch. But with so I should have at least 1 screening ship, and then I should be able to get at least 2 heavy artillery ships to go level any defenses that they've got. Okay. I'm always happy to see isotopes patch depleted. Oh, yeah, this is definitely one that I should be happy about. So we are going to build another command center. Now, the important thing on this one is it's not going to be going online anytime soon because we need to get more range on the. We need to get more range on the energy grid. But of course, I can't mess around with that until our fuel stocks are back up, which is going to take us a while. So this I need 60 isotope or 60 influence for, so we're just gonna sit tight. Most of my expansion plans are in pretty good shape. Actually, there's one change I'll make. Yeah, I know how I'm gonna make this work. So we'll buy up some land here, and I'm gonna stick an energy pylon down. Not in the river. Oh, it's a stupid idea. That'll give it power right away. It probably won't give me the reach that I want, but we can worry about that later. Hey, we've got extended magazines.
Hello, Founder. You should know offices need to be in range of residentials in order for the citizens to work there. No one likes a long commute, especially autonomous citizens. They are quite particular. If the job is too far, they won't even bother going to work. Keep that in mind as you build your city.
So do we have jobs that are unfulfilled? Interesting. 70 vacant jobs. I don't think I have a good solution to that either. I'm trying to think how I would see which ones are too far away. I mean, as it happens, if this represents like an inefficient setup, like apparently we've got 70 people not going to work, we're still in a situation where we're making far more money than we need. So that's a nice problem to have. Let's put it that way. Very close to. There we go. So 15 artifacts in the long run. And we're ready to launch.
Founder, we've been picked up by the enemy's radar. The hostiles are preparing to attack and will arrive shortly. Action stations, everyone. Ready all systems and destroy the enemy birds.
So I'm trying to think if I don't exactly want to throw the I don't want to throw everything into the maw quite yet. For the simple reason that although I can actually move people closer. Ooh, this is a little closer than I want it to be. Okay, you know what? I am going to move everybody in at once. Taking out a rebel base is a guaranteed way to annoy the rebels. So I'm going to have to deal with I'm going to have to deal with a rebel attack almost immediately after I hit them. Artifacts are my real priority right now, so let's see what I can mine out. Just get the upgrades in when I can.
Hey, Founder. Nice to see you're still kicking. Last job I had, the Founder didn't make it a week. I'm not exaggerating. Everyone thinks I'm exaggerating about that. He actually died after 1 week. He wanted to be physically on site at a ruined salvage op. There's a reason we do that stuff with employees, you know? You get a couple of good lungfuls of ruined debris and you're good as done. It's what drives people into military contracting, actually. It isn't exactly safer to do military work here on Titan, but construction and salvage, they kill you slow. At least with private military stuff, if you're gonna die, you die quick. My staff appreciates that. And they got incredible body mods now. I have a couple myself. My doc told me I can survive depressurization for half a minute. So yeah, I'd much rather be doing this Ironside's work, getting ships and guns in the air, than digging in the dirt. Anyway, keep sharp, Founder. I want you alive as long as possible. Because you're the one with the council funding.
I'm really liking these little dialogue bits. I'm trying to see whether or not I can get those 6 artifacts in time to get some proper intel on the... I wonder if that Unity is gonna... Oh yeah, they're coming after us. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try and pull them into the... turrets. So what we're going to do now, I want to take the Rogue Daphnis. Oh, not the Rogue Daphnis. The, Wait, isn't it the... I want the little one. Yeah, this totally is the Rogue Daphnis. Okay, so the Light of Rhea. And we're going to do the same trick here. Oh, looks like they're properly gonna wanna pick a fight there. Okay, well that's fine. We're gonna use this as a scout then. Okay. It's like herding cats. Okay, so we got 2 artillery ships sort of working on the... Oh, heavy fog. That's definitely gonna cause me trouble. I think I just signed us up for another fight that we can't handle. Nope, they just go back. Okay, so we're gonna get them to heal up first. I'm a little surprised these guys are not being a bit stronger on the attacks. Oof. So I gotta start making some choices here as far as getting... Okay, actually the first thing we can do is cancel the alarm, because clearly the turrets are not going to be doing anything here. Let's get this energy pylon upgraded again and upgrade the command center. Okay, so the rebel turret's down now. I don't think we're quite... What's shooting at us? Oh, the Dog of Hope still... Where's the... So we'll put one batch of attacks on the med bay. Nah, that's not a good choice. Hang on. There's a laser beam here. I honestly don't really know what I'm doing here. If I need, I can switch out the... fighters. Oh boy. Okay, actually, we need to retreat. So even though the Dog of Hope is a bit bloodied, we need to be ready for the... We need to be ready for the next fight. Okay, I didn't exactly do myself any favors with that little run there.
Time to finish what I started last time, don't you think?
Alright, Founder. We know their moves by now. Let's get out there and beat them.
So I definitely have more ships to defend with, but I've got a timeline in terms of how much energy I have to help. So what we're gonna do here, we're gonna repair our existing ships. And we're gonna throw... So I'll set these guys up with a pattern that I'm happy with. Do I even want to focus on anything but... Yeah, I guess we can put one on their med bay as well. So a lot of this right now is just buying enough time for our remaining ships to get repaired. So the Rogue Daphnis is not necessarily the strongest ship. In this case, we're going to use it to direct people to the turrets. So they're potentially already moving into a kill zone. There's two of them going in there, so... It's got two people working on them right there. Good news is we have got a big stack of influence that we're going to be able to work with pretty soon. Okay, so we're going to take the Forgotten Beast and throw it straight at the Penance. Actually, I'm going to wait for a second and see where it starts aiming. Okay, so it's going after the isotope mine. So this is the point here where I'm going to start repairs, because we don't know when everything's going to catch fire. And we're going to set up sort of like we did on the other ship. Make sure we're targeting all the weapon systems. And if they have a med bay, actually, double up on there. Okay, so I think that's about as good as we can hope for the time being. We're definitely going to let the turrets do a lot of the work for us. But, given that we're going to be... I mean, I'm going to... There's probably going to be a lot of cleanup after the fact. So I'll maybe move the Saturn... Okay, so we're going to move this ship back. I'm actually going to go a little aggressive and try and take out the Light of Rhea. So we'll give this one a wide berth. Oh, we lost an employee. So losing employees isn't a luxury I can really afford anymore, just simply because I gotta see where that's happening. That is because we don't have life support. Okay, so we definitely want to repair that ship. So the Rogue Daphnis is definitely going to lose this fight. So let's see if we can pull them. I'm hoping they'll chase. Nope, they won't. Okay. Oh, Jesus. I'm not paying attention to the...
Not too tired to put up a good fight, I see. Never mind.
Not paying attention to the fires.
This only makes me more determined to beat you.
Okay, so let's take advantage of the lull. So I think we can beat this one. I'm going to take the opportunity to get a cheeky little hit on the Light of Rhea. And actually, in this particular case, we've got sort of enough of a surplus of weaponry to be able to focus entirely on their life support systems too. So I might get banged up with it, but I can sort of live with the cost here. Let's get those repairs in. Okay, apparently I forgot that I had a ship in there already, so I would not be surprised if everybody on this ship is dead. Yep. My bad. So I've got enough replacements. It's just a pity that I had to use the artifacts that way. And yeah, we've got the offensive where it needs to be. Oh, hang on. Yep, that explains a lot. I still need to get a better read on how these priorities work, but I'm actually pretty happy with with these priorities. I just don't really see what floor tiles are bringing to the equation, so... Okay. Let's make sure we've got our repairs down, any crew are coming back, and while we're doing that, let's just charge in. It's foggy, so it's not the best environment for... Okay, well... Dog of Hope's already banged up, so let's do what we can. This one's ready for launch. Again, if I can, we'll get another shipyard up and running. But right now, I just want to take out the rebel controlled area. Also, I've got access to a ton of isotopes, so I actually should probably triage. Okay, no. First of all, artifacts are the first priority. So I've already got this patch. We should probably claim the existing patches before I go too nuts. And I should explore what I just got access to. It's slightly astonishing to me that even with a working monument center, I'm actually still finding myself short of... I'm still finding myself short of influence. Honestly, at this point, I think I'm just going to keep throwing the artifacts into employees. Now, I am going to eventually need to make some decisions about this research. To be honest, I wouldn't really normally use mine range like this, but given that I'm going to be short on artifacts, something that takes longer in this tree is not the worst possible outcome for me. Okay, let's get you over Zethane source. Gotta make sure I've got all my ships accounted for. Okay, so that one's repairing, that's fine. So this ship's definitely banged up. But what I am going to do is I'm going to let it sort of lead the charge. And this is just so I can get some better intel on what we're up against. In fact... Excuse me. Excuse me. I actually think we're in position... So we're just going to have these 3 ships come over it like it's a 1990s alien invasion movie. And just level this thing. I'm going to dance between this for a little while. This is just going to be... Am I really... Excuse me. So basically I want my fuel to move up a little bit, even if that comes at the expense of spending too much, or of draining my batteries a bit. So I want to be careful of my ship's health. But the idea here is we take out as many of these turrets as we can, preferably before they become level 3s, and we don't need to worry about them again. Then we can worry about the Rebel HQ. I think this is actually the edge of the map, so lucky us. Do I have any more artifact fields? Got something to absorb pollution, which makes it potentially attractive. Like I said, this was potentially going to be a another commercial district, residential commercial district. Okay, so we're definitely looking a bit banged up. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the fresh forgotten beast in. Actually, you know what? I've already got a fresh ship. Where's my little guy? Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't have a crew. Okay. We'll take the fresh big guy then. There we go. And then we'll focus on the... Oops. We'll focus on the Rebel HQ immediately afterwards. I can sort of see why they don't automatically send employees to replenish the ship, but obviously that's 2 times we've tried to use this ship, and I haven't because I forgot to load up employees. So again, when you take out a Rebel HQ, it makes them hopping mad, so I do want to keep an eye on... I do want to keep an eye on that threat meter. But overall, we should be fine. And again, let's keep bringing in those new workers. Okay. So, I think what we'll do here, we'll let the Forgotten Beast work on the Rebel HQ. We'll let the other 2 heal. It's slightly tempting to stick a fuel... Yeah, I guess we should probably put the pylon down before I go too crazy. So, in an older version of the game, taking out the Rebel HQ was one of the victory conditions. Right now, the victory conditions are different, and it's just very helpful to get rid of Rebel HQs. Where's my little guy? I'll probably be arriving after the fact, but that's fine. How's our grid doing? So right now, people are asleep, so I could afford to... I could kind of afford to shut down a few of the buildings I'm not really using, but again, I'd like to... okay, so... Yeah, they're up to 79. I mean, I suppose I can just go and blow up some more territory, but generally that tends to annoy them, so I'm not quite in a position to defend myself. So, as an alternative, first up, let's convert. Second, let's grab whatever... I basically call artifacts fair value artifacts when the cost per artifact is 10. Part of that comes from the rate that the council sets. So basically here, if I spend 20 for 2, I'm breaking even. If it's less than 10 per artifact, it's a good deal. And if it's higher than that, I say it's sort of like an unfair value. Now, the fact of the matter is, I still want to get as many artifacts as I possibly can. So, fairness, there's very little on Titan has anything to do with fairness. But it's a heuristic that I...
Hey, Founder, how you doing? City's coming together, I see. Lots of new construction. I can see everything you folks do down there, you know. When the station is overhead, I use my infrared scope to check out all the new buildings. I like to imagine I'm down there with you, visiting a bar, or going to work. It can get a little boring up here in the fleet. For a young guy like me anyway, it's not ideal. There's less than 200 restaurants up here, Founder, and I've been to all of them. We've been living up here in these orbiting hulks so long, everybody's family knows everyone else. Sometimes, I wish I could just head down to the surface and meet some new people, you know? Anyway, keep in touch, Founder. I'd love to hear about what's going on in your city.
So, another really neat little bit of detail. I actually kind of wonder about that line. I'm wondering if this is indicating that the standard... so 200 restaurants sounds like a lot to me. So I'm wondering if this is suggesting that there is an overall level of... there are higher, basically the people out in space are still enjoying a higher standard of living than what you and I might pick. On the other hand, I also don't know how many restaurants there are in the city that I live in. So it could actually be that that's a very small number, and that it genuinely is communicating boredom. But there's a side of me that really it's the really uninteresting observation that even a somewhat middle classish individual, potentially even lower classish, overall enjoys a higher standard of living than most nobility in history. And this is just because our abilities to sort of satisfy our needs is considerably easier today than it has been in history. So to enjoy the sort of lifestyle that you'd imagine sort of in the Middle Ages or something like that, you would need to have an entire staff of people to take care of your kitchens and whatnot. Whereas now we kind of take that for granted, right? The entire hospitality industry exists to be able to provide that kind of service to everyone. And because, anyone can do it, and we've sort of built that system to be able to, for the most part, I mean, obviously the pandemic has sort of really affected people's ability to rely on that, but that basically, we can enjoy a pretty high quality of service. This is going to be a tricky one. We can enjoy higher standards precisely because there's just so many people who are now able to sort of access that sort of that sort of service. That the fact that if you think of it, right, the existence of McDonald's essentially means that there is a cook effectively waiting for me on a whim to want a hamburger, and that I can rely on this very standard hamburger. And not only that, but I can actually multiply that choice over an untold number of establishments, all of which have their own specialties. And that essentially I'm paying for it per meal, as opposed to sort of having someone on staff specifically dedicated to taking care of my needs. So when he's complaining about only having 200 restaurants, I'm sometimes wondering if this is just the fact that overall, technological progress has still happened, and that what people consider hardship is still something that we'd be like, oh man, that sounds like a really awesome time. But yeah, I don't know. I might just be trying to make it seem a lot nicer to work up there than it is. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've been to 200 restaurants in my life. might want to spread these ships out a bit because we are right on the brink of another fight. And we're really not all that better as far as our grid's concerned, to be honest. So I think I'm going to put the pylon here. There's a whole other question about where I want to put the roadways. Okay, so I think what I'm gonna we'll get past this wave.
Such an ordeal. All you need to do is lay down your weapons and submit.
Yeah, so we'll get past this, and I think again I got to get back on track. So number one, I've sort of let things stall out a bit by failing to take care of my fuel. Okay, we got a third one coming up here. And they've got 2 med bays. That's inconvenient. Okay, so this guy is going to run out of power before too long. Okay, this will work for me. Okay, sadly we lost another employee, so that makes me sad. Let's get the attack set up first, then we'll see what we can do about saving our employees. I have no idea what I want to do with this 4th attack. Once again, there. So I just lost 3 employees due to poor life support management. I'm definitely going to need to reevaluate how I'm handling that. Holy crap, we've got 30 artifacts I didn't realize. So a few more repairs to do, but we're overall looking good. How are we? Yeah, and we're also in the black as far as the raw materials are concerned.
It's good to see those rebels crushed.
You can hurt us, even destroy us, but you cannot kill our desire for freedom.
Okay, so this guy's working the isotopes patch. That'll become our what am I trying to say? That will become the source for the pylon. We'll probably put a fuel turbine down here. Oh, we've got a really good spot for a fuel turbine. Well, again, we wanted to use this for housing, though. Maybe I can have it both ways? So let's claim these. Probably could have canceled that alarm. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. Okay. So let's get another... okay, all the repairs are happening, which is good. This one's ready to go, so Forgotten Beast gets repaired next. Okay, and we have some more toys to play with in the lineup. Okay, so shields are kind of tempting. Resource patch harvesting rate is also tempting. Let's go for the research efficiency for starters, where I can. Okay. So while that's working, store excess fuel. Okay, yeah, definitely want a fuel silo, so we'll unlock that. We can level 2 Heron, not quite as important. Definitely boosting the command range. Don't really need the mine range, so we'll worry about that later. I might as well get a path to this. This isn't that expensive. And if I'm going to follow a path, I should follow this one. So in this case, part of what the expenditures here, part of what I'm doing here is just making sure that I've unlocked the best paths to future upgrades. Okay, so we're going to leave that for now. Looks like we've got room for another conversion. Rogue Daphnis is ready to go. So we can start repairing the Prometheus. I think I'll maybe start taking the Rogue Daphnis out to try and find the next target. I'm really worried about my waste right now. And I'm also going to start clearing out... So at some point I want to put down... Okay, so depending on what the range for Command Center 8 is, we're going to get a fuel turbine down. We're probably going to get a fuel turbine down up here as well. I should probably start that right now, to be honest. Rogue Daphnis should go and find a new base, because I think, yeah, there's only one more rebel camp left on the map. That's not going to stop the rebel invasions, but it does mean that we kind of get to move wherever we want on the map without challenge. Or unchallenged, rather. But yeah, so probably something like a fuel turbine and a... God, I gotta find a way of getting a roadway here. I kind of closed it off with this fuel turbine, and now I'm regretting it. Okay, I'm gonna do something seemingly reckless. But I actually think this is gonna work out in the long run for me. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is we'll take the Rogue Daphnis out. We're gonna find that last rebel base. Let's also just take a quick second here and remind ourselves of the corporate goals. So more ships, fair enough. More conversion centers, fair enough. We've already got some defensive turrets. I could definitely build more. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to need a lot of fuel for this. But first thing I want to do is see if I can find the other rebel sites. Okay, so the reason I'm doing this is I'm actually going to move this fuel turbine over here. Now, it's not ideal because like being in the middle here is actually a really good spot, but there isn't any overlap with this existing fuel turbine, so I'm still going to be able to cover most of the territory I was already handling, right? So we'll have it here, and we move 2 out, so we're already still taking care of this crevice. The difference, though, is I can run a road sort of through this area, and that's going to allow me to put like a smokestack, a second smokestack to deal with the waste. And if it looks like we are using a lot of if it looks like we're using a lot of trucks, I also don't have a problem building a second transport hub as well. Okay. Ooh, it's heavy fog, so it's going to be a little trickier to spot the bad guys. We might have even known this at some point. It's a good source of zethane, so I want to keep that in mind for future expansion. Obviously, there's water in the way, so that's a small problem, but... Okay, so we're going to start our fuel turbine here. So the transition period's going to be a little worrying. But I think we should be able to see it through. So I was originally kind of on the fence about the whole like weather effects thing in terms of changing the visibility and all of that, but it really does, like, especially the way that I'm using everything right now, it's really making all the difference. I quite like this. So apparently it takes like a couple of updates before I really appreciate exactly what's been added in for some of these patches. I know I'm going overtime right now, but I'm trying to, even if we can just find, oh, there it is. Okay, well, we knew that was coming. Actually, you know what? We're in a pretty good spot right now. Oh, it's got friends. I gotta get the Daphnis, the one that's about to get pummeled. I might have just messed this up, but... So we're gonna hold this as long as we can, hopefully take out the rebel turret. Okay, so now we head back to the shipyard. With a little... I just need one of these guys to hit the rebel turret. Okay, good. Now we pair off against the... So I'm just trying to get a little clarity in the fight here to make sure that we've got each ship's kind of targeting what it should be. And now I'm going to try and... I did not put enough people on this ship. So let's see if we can get a little efficiency in direct orders. In this case, let's just double up on their sensitive bits. It's hard to know what to target on this one. Oh my god. Terrifying. And looks like we... Oh, there's the Rebel HQ. So, I mean, if I want, I can probably take it out after all this is done. Not sure we're quite doing the damage we need to. Actually, let's change this up a little bit. So we're going to take 3 and 4 to target specifically the shield generators. So once we take out the Freedom 1K, then we can move on the Rainbreaker here. Although it looks like there's another ship. Man, there's 3. I don't even know who they're targeting, but... there's really no med bays here, so let's... where's the life support? Hopefully that'll make it a little quicker than the other one. Do we lose anybody on this ship? Looking good. Oh, I should have dealt with this a while ago. Okay, so we're ready to connect these two. So I'm not actually going to staff it until we're ready to move the fuel turbine, but... Okay, that command center's just shy of where I needed it to be, sadly. So we are going to have to build another one of these to cover what we wanted. Although we will get access to a nice little isotope mine when all is said and done. I think maybe what I can start doing is preparing the road. Let's make sure we're not losing anybody unnecessarily. Yeah, so it's looking a little hairy on for the Forgotten Beast, but I think we'll see it through. At the very least, we'll be evening out the numbers. But I definitely should probably be giving a little more respect to the... where's my med bay? I definitely should be putting some more, giving some more respect to the Gatling guns. Oh, nuts! Yeah, that was definitely a life support problem. Just need them to hold a little bit longer. We'll get the Rogue Daphnis back in, and then we can switch dance partners again. Ooh. Okay, let's get you in on the hammer. Upgrade city for these guys. What I might do is try and build a whole bunch of command centers specifically for sort of laying the foundations for my all of my future energy needs, and then we just sort of pave Titan with all the infrastructure that we need. Okay, let's go take out that. I'll take out the Rebel HQ. Again, that's probably going to make the Rebels hopping mad, but I can live with their ire. Hammer's definitely giving them a run for their money, though. So we're definitely going to have to do some conversions before too long. The other thing I'm noticing here, so when it says that there's 24 idle, what I'm most interested in is this smokestack. So just taking a look at things like Isotope Village and such, it definitely looks like we're falling behind on trash. So that's one of the reasons why I wanted to clear out a roadway here. Although it actually looks like we can't access this area in general. So I don't know if in future there's going to be like an alternative mode of transport to be able to like get the smokestacks where I need it to be, but we'll worry about that later. Oh Jesus, we're already up to 46. Okay. I'm going to change dance partners again. Hey, get back here. And I'm going to get the Rogue Daphnis to just run around, see if we can find another fight. Looks like this was actually pretty straightforward. Okay, so once the repairs and all that are done, I'll maybe finesse some of this. But for now, I think we'll blow up the rebel shipyards just because it makes me feel better about myself. But
Hey there, Founder. I was just down at the shipyard, and I gotta say, the operation we're putting together is pretty slick. Good ships, can't complain. We're building strong birds that can get in the sky and stay there. I know that sounds like not much to celebrate, but, well, I have had some bad gigs on Titan over the years. My philosophy is, you have high expectation, but deep inside, you celebrate every day you don't die. My worst job? The ships were fine, the crews were fine, but the management was awful. Imagine, you sign up to fight rebels, but then your boss tries to steal from the council. Suddenly, you're facing contractors with superior firepower, council cruisers breathing down your neck. The council didn't go after me when the dust settled. My CEO, though, he definitely died. Look, if you're gonna play on council land, if you're gonna take council cash, don't challenge them. We got good ships, Founder, but they have better ones, and a lot more of them than we do.
Numbers a little higher than I wanted it to be, but I was the one who kicked the hornet's nest, so maybe I'll give myself a nice little fight for the future episode. Okay, let's also get the roadway in place. So I got to go around the artifact. I think what I'll do is maybe I'll try and put the smokestack here. And then we'll see what kind of space I have for the Zethane in this area. So I guess that implies... I guess I gotta put the command center here. This is definitely gonna provoke a rebel attack. Let's get that repair underway.
I hate to distract you from the all-important work of subjugating your citizens, but I've come to end your reign of terror.
Yeah, I might have made might have made a bit of a mistake there, but it'll be fun. Okay, so didn't seem to have any problems with the patch. Oh, actually, we've got a good view of what's coming after us. So we might be able to sort of fight back the Dog of Hope for a little while the turrets get staffed. So yeah, waste is sort of... Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the future plans for this this base. So first priority, get another smokestack, set up over here. So smokestack here, I'll probably have a... so if I'm going to put a command center here, I'll probably have to put either a turbine here or here. I mean, I could put it over here, but then I don't take advantage of this crevice. Mind you, this crevice might already be covered by the fuel turbine, so making sure that they don't overlap wouldn't be bad. Also, we might be able to kind of reach out and try and take this crevice, so we'll see. I've got a few options there. Actually, let's also get the base. I thought I had something in place for these fuel turbines, but obviously I was out to lunch, so get those down. So we should have 2 new fuel turbines running before too long. We're also getting close to the edge of... Oh, this is going to be a drag. This actually might still work. I can still probably make this absorb pollution without it. Like, it'll affect the fuel turbine, but it probably won't reach out to this crevice. Let's see... Okay, so let's say 2... Yeah, I don't see any situation where it winds up hitting... I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but yeah, so waste's kind of turned its head, so this is one of the reasons why I wanted to have a highway sort of through this danger zone, if you will. I'd like to try and get some more residential and commercial areas sort of in this area, if I can. But again, there are some limits in terms of just like where my roads go. I think I kind of need to accept that I'm not going to have road access to everywhere. But if I can, if I can at least get something approximating it, I'll be happy. The other thing I might do, so I'll maybe put some residential areas here just to see if I can get away with, with that for the commute. Find out who's not working jobs, and like maybe I can put an office up here or something like that. Definitely conversion centers are a pretty high priority. One thing I could potentially do on that front is do like 1, 2, 3 sort of singleton conversion centers. I don't think I can put one down here just because of the pylons. Then again, if I put a pylon down here, I could probably get conversion centers down here as well. So again, keeping in mind that this is just, I've already got top employer, but it's telling me to get 28 conversion centers, so I'm just going to cram those wherever I can. Those are going to have an energy cost, so I kind of want to keep, that in mind. But if I have any like leftover space, being able to take advantage of that would be nice. And then as far as leftover space is concerned, I'm also going to have fuel tanks, so I can maybe stick some fuel tanks in sort of the Zethane area. So yeah, let's say conversion centers here, commercial and residential up here, fuel tanks here. And then I would ideally at some point like to sort of expand out here. So maybe this might be even more commercial and residential, seeing as we're not like generating any pollution. And it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of, I mean, there might be a little pollution. Sorry, that was another thing I was going to mention. I can set up another isotope node here, but there is the, oh, actually that's a good, this is actually where the extended mining range would be helpful. If I could somehow get the isotope mine to be like here or here, that's better, because what I need is I need to be able to get those isotopes like in the overall system. Second best is I put the mine somewhere like close, have them move it to a storage facility that then joins into the main like the main network. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that a little bit. But now that we've kind of taken out the rebel camps, that wasn't one of our goals. But in this case here, I need to start thinking about like what goals am I specifically trying to achieve, and the ones that I think will probably be in line with my overall goal of like growing the city, like going mega, basically. Conversion centers. No, okay, so I'm thinking Knowledge Keeper, boost up the number of scientists so that we can then research council obelisks. Conversion centers to sort of manage basically do my maintenance. But yeah, conversion centers just because I want to do it. I might be able to get away with defensive turrets, but citizens is definitely one that I want. So actually, if I think about it, if we get 70 residents per residential building, God, what am I signing up to for that? That actually sounds like a lot. So we're at 10. Well, we've already got, what is it, 330? So if I get rid of the 330 and I say I just need to worry about 720, so I guess that's 11 residential buildings. So it's like 7 for the tier 3 doubled up. That leaves 20. So yeah, I mean 11. Obviously I can build fractional housing, but let's say we're signing up for another 11. So yeah, if we've got 11 of these things, I mean, that has an energy requirement, right? So if we're signing up for another 11 of these, then we need, not 320, we need 350 energy off of that. These things spin off 228. So I'm going to need two more energy plants to just manage the number of citizens that I have. And then the other consideration is, where the hell am I going to put 11 of those residential areas, right? So yeah, I'll try and stick an office in here just to see how many employees we can make sure have jobs. But fuel and energy are going to be my my big requirements moving forward. All of that, though, is something we will consider in a future stream. Nope, it's not March. So, I don't know how many of you are left, but thank you very much for sharing Industries of Titan with me. You know, I'll be honest with you, I wasn't actually expecting that much in terms of like the features from the patch notes, but I really like the little moments with the character. Like I like those a lot. So I'm very much looking forward to sort of seeing the end of some of these conversation trees. I'm really beginning to appreciate the fire mechanics in the game. That was another one that I was maybe a little surprised to see how that all turned out. And probably the biggest news for me was for, I'm assuming, May the 4th, but maybe no promises. Wait, March 22nd update? That can't be right. This is the April update. Anyways, playing against AI corporations. Again, I was really expecting that would be a future, like a way down the line update. But I'm really looking forward to that. So this is my like drop dead moment as far as finishing up the existing playthroughs that I have. So again, I shouldn't have the internet problems that I had before. I should be able to spend some time recording those, but again, no promises. And of course, maybe it's worth taking a minute to remember what's planned for future updates. So wind, advanced factory and modules, liquids, drinks, clubs, food, farm and hunger, healthcare and hospitals, leisure and happiness, new rivals, additional council interactions, spaceport interactions, combat devices, combat ship types, enemy types, music, and the big stack of mystery, ideas that they're not telling us about yet. Hopefully, though, we will be able to see all of those together. Now, it's going to be a little quiet for a while because the game doesn't play music over being tabbed out. But I'm going to see if there's anybody online that we can... ideally, somebody playing Titan. But failing that, we'll find somebody to... we'll find somebody else to host. Okay, no Titan players. Is there anybody playing Phantom Brigade? Nobody playing Phantom Brigade. I got somebody playing Cadence of Hyrule, which is kind of tempting. But I think I will host Kilgore Trout tonight. So Kilgore Trout is a partnered broadcaster. He tends to play a lot of classic games, and actually classic games on the original hardware. So he's running games on like on a Pentium with like a Voodoo 2 video card. I don't know that much about that stuff, but definitely a fun streamer. Somebody I met through the GOG stream team. But he's definitely a friendly guy. Fellow Canadian. I believe he's now based in Newfoundland. Early Newfoundland and Labrador is the proper title. He's playing a game called Legends of Valor, which I've never heard of before. So I will leave you all in his capable hands. For those of you who follow my regular stuff, I'll be back Friday, but I actually don't know what I'm going to be playing yet. I'd really like to do something to match the fun and enjoyment of Darga's Dungeon, but I'm not 100% sure what that is. But I'll know as soon as you know. So, or rather, you'll know when I know. So I will I'll tweet it out or something like that. In addition, I'm going to be back Monday with more Stellaris, and then Wednesday we will return to Industries Titan, hopefully to wrap up this particular playthrough. But we'll see. We'll see how it all goes. Until then, thank you very much for watching. I don't think too many of you hung around for Kilgore, but please treat him well nonetheless. Talk to you later.
System Shock is raiding the channel. Thank you, System Shock. Thank you for the raid. Welcome with your 2 people. How did that happen? You get here with 2 people? Is that true? Is it really 2? Brought a friend. Okay. Hey. I said hey.
I would never want to belong to any club that would have someone like me for a member.
Here you go. Hey. There you go. All right. Where, not the hangman, where's the Seaman's Lodging? That's what I'd like to know. Southwest. Okay. So he says. All right, then. We'll go southwest now.